Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and dear colleagues. Welcome to the second day of the 5th ICM Forum, co-hosted by the European Commission and the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company under the auspices of the Hellenic Ministry of Environment and Energy. I'm Efthymios Tartaras, Head of Geoscience and Management Consultant at HEREMA, and I will be moderating today's proceedings. Before we embark on today's agenda, I'd like to take a moment to remind everyone about safety rules. Please note that there are no emergency drills scheduled for today. So in case you hear an emergency sound, please remain calm and head to the exits following the signage, the illuminated exit signs. They will lead you safely at one of the 2 dedicated assembly points outside the building. Thank you for complying with the safety measures. And I would like to remind everyone about the QR codes on the slides. If you want to ask a question, please scan the QR code and submit your question via the Slido platform. I would also like to mention that the coffee break will be only after the second panel. So, to start, I am delighted to announce that we kick off with a keynote speech by Ms. Tsvetelina Penkova, member of the European Parliament representing Bulgaria and Vice Chair of the Parliament's Committee on Industry, Research and Energy. Ms. Penkova is joining the forum online. Good morning, Ms. Penkova, and thank you for joining us. You have the floor.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much, Mr. Tartaras, for the introductory remark. Dear guests, distinguished colleagues, it is a pleasure to join you to this discussion in one of the most decisive pillars of Europe's industrial and climate future, the cross-border cooperation for CO2 transport and storage in the Mediterranean region. Please do accept my apologies that I cannot be there in person with you, but I hope we're going to have the opportunity to meet in the future. However, even now from Brussels, I'm joining you at the moment when Europe is taking already very concrete and specific steps to build an internal market for capturing CO2. A market that will determine whether our industries would stay competitive and whether we can reach our climate laws while ensuring at the same time just transition for the regions and for the workers across our continent. CCS will only work if we think in regional terms rather than national soils. And nowhere it is truer than in the Mediterranean, where industrial needs, geological potential, and regulatory complexity all cross borders. So the Mediterranean does offer a strategic path for CO2 storage and a strategic path for Europe in that sense, because it does hold some of the major European industrial clusters and sits next to a significant potential of CO2 storage sites such as Ravenna in Italy and Prinos in Greece, with additional possibilities, of course, emerging from other countries which are outside of the EU, from North Africa, for instance. Of course, this potential will only materialize and become a reality if we create an integrated cross-border backbone built on shared pipelines and shipping roads, interoperable rules for liability and access, and a very coordinated approach when it comes to permitting and investment framework. Industry invests when infrastructure is real and when the rules are predictable and long-term oriented. So that's why we hope from a regulatory perspective that the Mediterranean would help us lead in building this system. So we have to move from a fragmented initiative to a properly working and really integrated and internal market for CO2. A functioning CO2 market does require cross-border interoperability so that CO2 captured in places like, for instance, Bulgaria or Greece can be stored in Italy or elsewhere in our union. But of course, it does require harmonized rules so companies can take responsibility at every stage possible. It also requires equal access for member states, and where appropriate, third countries can also participate in that internal market. It requires TEN-E and Connecting Europe facility support for pipelines and shipping so that early projects can scale and they can become more cost-effective. And without cross-border access, many Southern and European industries would lack a viable decarbonization pathway, as not every country has the domestic storage potential, but every country must have the access to storage if the industry is to remain in Europe. So this is why it matters for Southeast Europe to be fully integrated. Bulgaria, Greece, and Romania, and of course a lot of the neighboring countries, are undergoing a profound industrial transformation where heavy industries are exposed to the rising ETS costs and depend on the regional CO2 transport and storage solutions. The connection between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea is crucial. And here, please do allow me to transmit a very strong message, which is being discussed already on several occasions in the European institutions, in which we are envisioning a path where the Black Sea can become a twin pillar to the Mediterranean network, with emerging storage potential and existing gas infrastructure that can be repurposed. If we manage to develop this corridor, the Mediterranean Black Sea axis can become Europe's most important and most vital industrial decarbonization backbone, supporting transport that is just, regional, and competitive. Of course, when we're speaking about everything, we cannot ignore the technology itself, because so far I managed to underline only on the strategic pathways and on the predictability of the regulatory framework. But technology is essential, and that's why the technology neutral approach is the one we are taking from the regulatory perspective. Mediterranean CO2 backbone must include both pipeline and shipping solution, and must be fully supported, as I've already mentioned, by the TEN-E and the Connecting Europe facility through investment in pipelines, port infrastructure, and shipping routes. Early in the transition, CO2 shipping would be especially important because it's scalable, cost-effective, and accessible for smaller emitters, which helps de-risk the first wave of the projects. But first movers need to de-risk because ETS revenues alone cannot finance early CCS infrastructure, and this requires a blended finance, contracts for differences, and targeted funding through the Connecting Europe facility, the Innovation Fund, and all the regional investments which would be available via the EU facilities. Cooperation with the southern neighboring countries is crucial. The new Pact for the Mediterranean is a strategic partner where this cooperation must be embedded, creating a modern, stable, and mutually beneficial framework for energy transition. Through the Pact, Europe should develop cross-Mediterranean CO2 and hydrogen corridors, align regulatory frameworks where possible, and support joint research and skills development that creates stable investment conditions for both shores. In that sense, the role of the European Parliament is crucial, and this is why, to a certain extent, I believe this is not only a regulatory exercise, but also a political project, because the European Parliament has the responsibility to ensure a competitive and inclusive transition, as Europe cannot afford to lose its industrial capacity due to delays in infrastructure or unclear rules, and no region should be left behind. And on that specific action, you definitely have your partners and collaborators here in the European Parliament, because we do take the responsibility to turn the strategy into executable and measurable projects, because Europe at the moment has a lot of strategies and a lot of visions for the future, but now it's time to start implementing it. I've already mentioned a few projects from Italy and from Greece, but seeing the lineup for the next panel, I'm very proud that I'm coming from Bulgaria, and I've mentioned the need for collaboration between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. So ANRAF is another project from Bulgaria, which I'm sure we're going to discuss in more details in the upcoming panel. So everything we are speaking about for the last 2 days is going to be possible only if we work together, because Europe has proven that it is at its best when it works together with integrated market, sharing resources, and that's the only path to being a cleaner, more competitive, and more secure energy future for our industry and our citizens. Thank you so much for the time and for the attention, and looking forward for the very meaningful debate that you have lined following those introductory remarks. Thank you.
Many thanks to Ms. Penkova. Thank you for your great insights. The next item on our agenda and key factor in ongoing discussions for the successful planning and implementation of CCS projects across Europe is cross-border and regional cooperation for CO2 with a focus on the Mediterranean. To moderate the panel, I would like to invite Mr. Stefatos, CEO of HEREMA.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Tartaras. Allow me to welcome on stage our esteemed panelists, Mr. Konstantin Bozhinov, who is currently leading the Bulgarian ANRAF CCUS project at Heidelberg Materials, a project aiming to launch the first full-chain carbon capture, utilization and storage initiative in Eastern Europe. Next, Mr. George Daskalakis, head of Motor Oil Technology Management Department, that aims to streamline technology assessment and selection efforts in the era of energy transition. Mr. Daskalakis manages the IRIS CCUS project since 2021 through its different phases, from initial concept to engineering and maturation. Mr. Paolo Testini. Paolo is the director for CCS at SNAM, where he leads the development of the Ravenna CCS and the Italian CO2 pipeline network. He also serves as board director at the Carbon Capture and Storage Association. And last but not least, Mr. Jasper Heikens. Jasper is the CCO of Ecolog, a maritime midstream infrastructure developer for CO2 and co-developer together with ESFA of the Apollo CO2 project, which recently received an EU Innovation Fund grant. Jasper started his career at sea, followed by commercial and leadership roles in shipping, energy, and infrastructure. Good morning, gentlemen. Developing the internal market for CO2 in Europe depends on the close cooperation between the member states. And I hope that today with this panel, we will examine the challenges and the opportunities that the emitters are facing today in the Mediterranean region and the Black Sea, particularly regarding the storage capacity, the cross-border regulatory coherence or needs. And I hope that we will help our audience and highlight cooperation mechanisms between both the countries and how could the cross-border liability be addressed and access these third country CO2 storage possibilities. So please allow me to start with the two representatives from Bulgaria and Greece, and then I will move to SNAM and Ecolog to share their insights of how we can do this forward. So with that, Konstantin, ANRAF, a flagship project for the Eastern Europe, a project that combines the full CCUS value chain and covering a very large share of the national industry and emissions in Bulgaria, that has received innovation support. To what extent can UNRWA serve as a model for neighboring countries around the Black Sea and Eastern Mediterranean? And also, according to your experience, which project elements must be standardized at EU level in order for similar cement-anchored CCUS projects or CCUS hubs to multiply? Would you like to tell us a little bit about that?
First of all, good morning. Thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and to be in such a fantastic panel. Great topic. And I will try to answer to you as much as possible. Definitely, RF could serve as an example, no doubt. Would it be a positive or negative? It depends on the development of the project. Nevertheless, whatever it is, hopefully successful, it could serve as one. What we can share definitely is that to develop such complex scale project like ARAF, we need, or all the projects requires strong partners. So a strong partner definitely can kick off the maturation of the legislation into the countries, which does not have the CCS ambition, the concrete CCS ambition. This is the case for Bulgaria, and we know it, and this is a challenge which we faced with the project. Of course, obviously all the countries adopted the European directives when we talk about the CCS ambition in general, but the reality is that all the legislative hurdles are not covered. So these hurdles starts to be visible once the project starts to kick off. So we have to bear all those risks, and we have to be aware that there should be a mitigation steps. I will try to give you an example. So our project ARAF appears to be one of the most economical in our group when we talk about transport and storage. Nevertheless, the most economical and viable way for us is to compress the CO2, which we capture in our cement plant, and to transport it on more than 100 bars in gas phase. So transporting in the gas phase would require a compression station at the storage location. But unfortunately, yet at the storage location which is chosen, there is not sufficient electricity supply. So, of course, we don't want to use diesel engines. And as a consequence, we need to transport it on a high CO2 pressure, and we should give the pressure from our plant. So, unfortunately, in the current legislation, there is no regulation where we talk about high pressure pipelines. On your second question, I don't believe that the standardization at this stage of development in the CCS project is possible, unfortunately. We have to approach the projects case by case to see which is the best way for collaboration and way forward with the governments, and to take them and to guide the governments about the legal changes and which are required, and the permits effectively which has to be issued. Because I'm giving the example from a country like Bulgaria where we don't have a clear, concrete CCS ambition. So, because I have to answer and to give you at least one component which can be standardized, the standardization should go in the direction of patience, because all those projects require a lot of times. And this has to be recognized not as a lack of project management, but adaptation of a very complex projects towards the way forward.
Thank you very much, Konstantin. And with that, I would like to pass to George. George, could you outline for us the situation in Greece when it comes to the availability of storage capacity and transport infrastructure, and how that shapes the situation for the emitters in Greece, but also in the context of your project, the IRIS project. And I would also like to ask you, provided that you have access to the capacity or you want to increase the CO2 in the future that you will be storing, what would be the options that you would be considering as we go forward?
All right. Thank you very much for being here, first of all. Honored to be with all this very nice audience and participants in this panel. Right. I think the conditions in Greece in terms of storage availability are very well discussed, have been very well discussed just yesterday. The case is that currently there is only one project under development in Greece, Prinos, and also there's a peculiarity that this project cannot satisfy the demand as it is right now, because the demand for storage is more than the capacity of Prinos as it develops. However, it's a very strong point and a very healthy pillar for the development of the projects. Now, on the other side, of course, the options that are available for us, the next to us is Ravenna, and it's currently under development, and it goes through the same development stages as Prinos. And at some point, these two projects will meet indirectly through the emitters. The point with the Greece is that apart from the the geography of Greece is peculiar. We are neighboring with countries that are not part of the EU. They are not carry the burden of regulations like RED or ETS. So we are, as exporters, which are the three main emitters that are currently developing a project, carry a heavy risk of being overwhelmed by imports coming to EU. Of course, CBAM is a mechanism. CBAM does not provide any protection for the exports that we are doing, while its effectiveness for the imports remains to be seen. So CCS projects protect this kind of production installation and also protect the GDP of the country, to be honest. At the same time, for motor oil being part of the energy system of the country, our mission is to provide and have access and provide access to secure energy, affordable, and at the same time sustainable to the highest level. So all these parameters make the options that can be on the table be on the table. We need to examine everything available. And of course, the region needs to develop itself, and should the region develop in the European territories, then we will probably at some point will ready to be part of any kind of discussion. At the same time, the availability of storage capacity, or as it is in the North Africa, and especially in Egypt, is of course an option that needs to be developed, and we can understand from the experience that we're having with the projects developing in Europe, it will take time. So yes, of course, it's an option, it's a good option, but needs some time to develop.
Yes. Thank you, George. And I guess conveniently that takes us to our next guest, Paolo. Ravenna. Ravenna is the biggest project, or potentially the biggest project in the Mediterranean. It could serve the Italian industry, it could serve France, it could, the Greek emitters are also looking to that because of the lack of enough storage capacity in Greece. What are the concrete steps and the timelines that we should expect in order for Ravenna to transform from a national project and a pilot project right now into the truly cross-border hub for the Mediterranean? And are there any regulatory bottlenecks that needs to be resolved in order for this transition to happen?
Thank you. Good morning, everybody, and pleasure to be here, and also very good to see that this ICM Forum is now like in Greece, so in the Mediterranean, so very nice location. I would say, you know, Ravenna is already an international project. So it's not a national project, it's an international project, it's a PCI. It has been recently, last week, confirmed in the second list of PCI PMI under the revised TNI. And so it's like a Callisto PCI with France, the connection, but I can tell you, you know, we have discussions which are active with Greece, with Croatia, with Switzerland, Austria, France, Spain, and probably I'm just forgetting a few countries, but so the demand that we are getting for Ravenna is really concrete. As you mentioned, we already completed a phase 1. We are now moving to phase 2. The timing, confirmed the timing, is that we want to have the first industrial phase, which is 4 million tons per annum, which already qualify Ravenna as the largest project in Southern Europe by 2030. Just to recall that the second phase, the second industrial phase, will be up to 16 million tons per annum. So providing a significant contribution to the reduction of emission and to the challenge to decarbonize Southern Europe, avoiding, you know, the risk of deindustrializing. The demand is important. I already mentioned it. We have we conducted a survey in 2024 on the Italian emitters. We got potential demand above 30 million tons per annum. It's potential, but still, you know, it was quite a detailed survey, so we asked a lot of details and we got a very strong response. And on top of that, we have several interest and agreements also from emitters which are abroad. Just to mention, if you take, you know, those emitters which have received the funding under the Innovation Fund, we have 6 million tons per annum agreements with emitters which are funded by IF for 6 million tons per annum, 1.5 from Italy, and the rest is from other countries. So we are really open, you know, to cooperation, and I think that especially in Southern Europe, where we have demand which is in excess of the storage potential, we need to make a system, you know, to work together in order to have CCS really taking off. The challenges that you mentioned, I think it's very simple on my side. The first is clarification of the legal framework, both at the national and European level. In Italy, nationally, we got the government publishing a study in August, so a very important milestone, a crucial milestone to provide clarity, to provide indication, to show the commitment that we are seeing from the government. So we are really positive that next year will be the year in which we will see, like, you know, this study, you know, transitioning from being a white paper to actual regulation in line with our timeline, in line with our expectations. So we're very positive, and this should come, you know, together with the legislation, the package from the European Commission, to also give, you know, the framework and the guidelines at European level. The second, let's say, the second part is, like, you know, the possibility to move CO2 to make this cooperation real. Here, obviously, we have, you know, the London Protocol, to the bilateral agreements. What we need is legal clarification, you know, on how this transfer of CO2 from one country to the other can be possible. But overall, let me say, you know, very positive. You know, the infrastructure is advancing, the market is there. There is a strong cooperation, so I think, you know, all the steps are positive, and we have a very good, you know, we can have a very good expectation for next year.
Thank you, Paolo, and I think we have the right man to continue along the lines of what you just mentioned now about the London Protocol and how do we move cross-border. Jasper, Ecolog is investing in liquefaction terminals, as we see now with the Apollo CO2, but also a significant carrier fleet for CO2. so it can move it cross-border. When we are talking about cross-border movement, essentially we're talking about the emitters transferring the responsibility of their CO2 volumes to the midstream operator, like Ecolog, and then to the storage operator who could be in a different country. How do you see the liability of this CO2 stream, and how should we share this liability along the value chain? And is there any regulatory alignment? Do you think the regulatory alignment is enough? Have we achieved that, or what are we missing in order for you to proceed with such a plan, which would be essential, the shipping of the CO2, especially in the Mediterranean?
Yeah, thank you, Aris, for hosting and inviting us on this panel. And a good question. I think if we look at this sector, I came, like I think many others, from oil and gas and from energy and infrastructure. And so we look at the midstream chain very much with a hat from that on. And we draw comparisons to, for example, the LNG industry, LNG shipping, etc. So let's not try to be too novel about these things. However, there is, of course, a big difference with methane being a molecule of value, and any kind of residual risk that remains in a kind of supply chain will be contributed to the molecule owner, because the molecule owner extracts value from it, and they'll be able to price that risk in to the product. With CO2, it's a regulatory product, and it's a bit like a hot potato. Everyone wants to hand it over as soon as possible and not get involved with the risks any further. But that's not possible, right? So, when we look at some of the liabilities, we think first of all of contamination, of course, which at the terminal can happen even if you have compliant streams arriving at the terminal. Blending them can create an off-spec product. So that needs to be managed, and that requires close cooperation between emitter and the terminal. And then with the shipping part, of course, once it's compliant at the terminal, it'll be compliant on the ship. But there'll be monitoring of the quality at the pipeline, at the terminal, at the ship. So that can be managed. And then the other part is leakage. That can happen from the terminal, it can happen from the pipe, it can happen from the ship. But just like with contamination, these are events for the midstream operator that are similar to any other product and can be, risk can be covered via insurance products, like a cargo loss type of insurance. Where it gets tricky, and some of the people on previous panels yesterday talked about this, was, well, what if one part of the chain falls over? For example, the ship is out of commission, but everything else in the chain works. Everyone else needs to be paid still by the emitter under their contract, but the emitter then has to stop production or vent their CO2, right? And how do you cover that? And that is something, midstream operators cannot take on. They cannot take on consequential damages. The rent that they're receiving for their services are not covering those type of risks. And I think Aris yesterday at the panel said one of the solutions is where it needs to be, the EU needs to give a dispensation for venting in certain conditions, right? To prevent this risk from creating an issue in the whole chain that nothing will get developed. Because if this becomes a hurdle, nothing happens. So that is something that needs to be resolved. And I don't have the answer for it here for you. On regulatory alignment, yes, we talked about London Protocol, which really is a piece of paper that needs to be resolved, ideally at an IMO level, but that's too slow to get anything agreed. So you have the bilateral agreements. It's a huge amount of paperwork for something that really, is a non-issue. So that's a shame, but there's precedent now how it can be resolved. I think on regulatory alignment, I'd like to pick up on what George was saying around bringing CO2 outside of the EEA. I think that is where, particularly for the Mediterranean, Article 12.3a needs to be amended so that we can take CO2 to North Africa. Because the European side of the Mediterranean doesn't have the same kind of historical oil and gas geology like we see in the North Sea. So there's not a lot of data. And the hurdle to explore for saline aquifers in the Mediterranean is so high, right? It's possible technically, but commercially it will never work. So, there's no reason why CO2 cannot be stored in Egypt. And yes, they need to comply with the same standards, same rules, etc. But that should be done. And I feel if we're not prioritizing something like that, then it's going to slow down decarbonization in the Med. Because ENI, SNAM are doing great work, and it's a good site, it's big, it can expand. Energean is doing great work, but that's already, both sites are way oversubscribed. Where's the next store going to come from? And if there's no store, no one in the chain can take FID, no one. And I think that's really something that, it's in the hands of Brussels in a way to help resolve this. And you're doing good work on that, Aris, with signing an MOU with the Egyptians. And even in your opening speech, you're pushing that. So I really appreciate the work on that, and it's very helpful. So thank you.
Yes, I'm tempted to pick up the pillow. Thank you, Alexander. So it's very interesting as we discuss the Mediterranean, because although we are still in the very early stages, it's a basin where we can agree that the storage capacity is not ample. And we already see first signs for a very fast-moving market in Greece, where the capturing capacity exceeds the storage ability. And you pointed out, yes, Egypt. I can think of other countries in the North Africa, Algeria, Tunisia, but also we have in the Black Sea, Romania, for example, that can also facilitate storage capacity. And with that, I would like to continue a little bit with Paolo. Paolo, Ravenna is, as you pointed out, is an international project. It's designed to host a lot of emitters. So what are the lessons learned? And if there is anything you can share with anybody who wants to develop another big storage location into a hub for collecting emissions, for collecting CO2, what would be the single most important recommendation that you will also give to the policymakers in order to replicate a Ravenna type of storage facility?
Yes. First, let me just put it this way. Together with Eni, so we have, by the way, Ravenna, just to recall, is like a 50-50 partnership, Eni and SNAM. We basically started to develop Ravenna just before, 2020. It has been a long time idea, but then, became more and more concrete. And so we started, basically, we signed our agreement with Eni in 2022. And we decided to do the Ravenna phase 1, which has been completed. So an end-to-end project with capture for 25 kilotons per annum of CO2, offshore transportation, injection. It has been running for 12 months, starting in August 2024, under very complicated, let's say, conditions. So very low concentration of CO2, but very good results. And I think, that phase 1, which was an investment that together with Eni we decided to do, gave us 3 important lessons. The first one is from a technical standpoint, a very large amount of data that we have been able to collect on how the storage is behaving, and also on the capture side. Just to give you a couple of data, in terms of capture, we were consistently capturing above 92% of the CO2, and again, it was under very complex, I would say one of the hardest kind of conditions to capture. So 92% of capture, 99% of purity. So very good performance of the capture plant. And on the storage, the CO2 was behaving exactly accordingly to our models. So very good data. So that was from a technical standpoint. But on top of that, you have the market learning, so the relation with the emitters. We got a very high number of people coming to our site, and when you see a plant, you understand much better, what we are talking about. Because we really need that CCS, to move from paper to real projects. Now we have a few projects which have started, operation, like Northern Lights. We have some projects in the northern part of Europe which are now in construction phase. But again, in Ravenna we had a working site, even if the scale was still not fully industrial. But it was like there, and it basically allowed us to take the conversation with emitters to a completely different level. And the third lesson was local communities, local acceptance. I think also Jasper mentioned, the risk and all of these things. We need to do some myth busting, on CCS and CO2. So that's like a technology which exists, which is safe and reliable. Obviously, it requires standards. It requires to be done according to the rules. But we had the possibility to show that the plant was there, and to basically qualify the impact of a CCS plant. And I think it helps a lot. So let me just say, technical, commercial, and relation with the community is very important, these three aspects. And the phase one for us together with Eni allowed us to basically move forward on that. Finally, in terms of lesson learned, 2 remarks. The first one is permitting. Permitting of plants, the TNS, but also the capture can be very time consuming. So it's very important that we see from the governments and institutions support and in the permitting phase to make sure that timing are as compressed as possible. And the second lesson is that as soon as the conditions are there is willingness from the market, both on TNS and the emitter side, to invest money. And again, with the phase one, together with Eni, we took a significant investment decision, to show that CCS can work. So we are ready to basically deploy the capital as soon as the picture is finalized and we have the conditions.
Thank you, Paolo. I will move to Konstantin. It's a very interesting project, this UNRWA, and I understand that Bulgaria may not be in the Mediterranean still. You're so close to Greece, and I wonder if you had ever considered possibilities of connecting with Greece, maybe pipeline or shipping, or go to other places in the Mediterranean, or maybe Romania. Would that be a viable solution for your project on a theoretical basis at least? And also, what are is there a regulatory clarity for you? You have a project. We discussed about the challenges with the value chain. If any part of the value chain collapses, the risk is moved from one to the other. I tend to think that we need to have more options to store than actually the capacity. That should be an oversupply in order to maintain this balance. So what are your thoughts? Could a project like UNRWA, or even UNRWA itself, consider possibilities of having alternative or emergency access to the Mediterranean and other storage sites? And currently, is that a realistic thing to discuss, or are there regulatory barriers that make it impossible?
The short answer should be yes, because we never close the door for any possibilities. In projects like ours, things can get worse very fast, and we have to always have solution B or option B, scenario C, and etc. But I will try to give you a bit context about Bulgaria. So, in reality, the need for interconnectivity with Mediterranean is very low for us in Bulgaria. Why? Because today we have only 1.5% of the population of Europe, which reflects roughly in 1.5% of the EU 27 emissions which will be generated. And if we put this into the context of the 2050 target of EU and the 200 million tons of CO2 which has to be developed, this comes to roughly 3 million tons of CO2 which has to be stored. Saying this, I doubt that there will be a very feasible financial business model in which you invest in pipelines to connect Bulgaria with, Romania, Greece. But as I said, we have to tackle the business case project by project, which will give us absolutely a different exposure. So, on top, something which is very important, is not widely known, but there are a number of reports. Bulgaria is having a very high theoretical capacity for CO2 storage. So we would like to be in the context of the Mediterranean partnerships with Greece, Romania, and ideally with other countries, because what we do today, we pave the way for CO2 development and storage capacity in Bulgaria, which theoretically in the coming years, other companies can come and do the same in Bulgaria. And back to your question, how we can cooperate in Mediterranean, and something which we would like to share this and to use the stage here to state. We are launching the Devni CO2 storage, because our project went through number of challenges which were solved, and now we are teaming up with the Greek Earth company, which will step in as a partner in our project solely for the transport and storage. We will use the knowledge which was gained with Prinos project, and hopefully we will be able to get to an FID with our Devni CO2 storage, and then we can talk about for partnership cross-border, hopefully after 2031.
Excellent, interesting, and I guess you're making some news here. It's interesting to hear about your cooperation. Jasper, going back to the same more or less question for Ecolog, we need to reconcile pipeline networks, temporary storage hubs, and permanent storage facilities. One of the questions that has been, recurring is: do we enable the bigger number of medium and smaller emitters to get access to such facilities, the storage hubs, on fair terms? And how is Ecolog structuring projects like the Revithousa Apollo CO2 concept to ensure that you have open access, non-discriminatory tariff scheme, and volume aggregation from the different emitters that you may need? On a regulatory, again, I keep asking about regulation. It's something that concerns us deep as Herema. Do you think we have the necessary safeguards for EU and member states, or do we need to do something in addition and secure that these projects are bankable? These are projects that the investors will provide their finance.
Yeah, of course, bankability is absolutely key for these projects. Irrespective of, after, let's call it grant funding, still 70–80% of these assets will be debt funded. So the banks will be very keen to see that the full chain works. Just on third-party access, etc. Look, we exist as a hub terminal, and obviously our ambition is to have as many customers as possible. We actually need a minimum amount of customers to be able to take FID to get sufficient volume, but with the ambition to expand it. And the Apollo terminal is a base case of 3 million ton, expandable to 5 million ton. But we need to get close to the 3 million ton to take FID. On some of the regulations, of course, the CCUS policy in Greece is going to Parliament on Thursday, we learned yesterday. Once that is approved, that will create a lot of clarity for emitters, midstream operators, and storage sites, which is also really critical for bankability. If I just kind of look a little bit at the chain, if you're looking at in the UK, they call it the NPT chain, the non-pipeline transport chain, effectively a terminal shipping or anything other than a direct pipeline to the store. There's some benefits here that this type of structure has, where having shipping in there as a virtual pipeline creates like a step scale increase in volume. You don't have to have the issue where you have to build a big pipeline that at the start will be underutilized, and there's some kind of compensation needs to come in for that. And OGE yesterday on the panel described that as a big issue for pipeline operators. In a way, this kind of terminal and shipping mitigates part of that by just increasing a ship every time the volume increases. And that's also, because you have multiple ships in your virtual pipeline, you also create a level of redundancy. Sure, you won't have full capacity maybe, but you can still move molecules because you have ships if one ship falls out. So those are some of the kind of benefits that these type of chains have over like a pipeline, and that helps with bankability of the full chain. I think one thing we need to be mindful of, though, is project-on-project risk, and everyone has that in the full chain. And what we're trying to do as midstream operators is bundle some of these services together. And in the case of Apollo, there's a pipeline to aggregate volumes from the shore to the liquefaction facility, and then there's shipping. And all three of those assets can be bundled in one. And I know some, particularly emitters, are pushing for unbundling because that's what we see in established sectors, right? But that is a valid argument for established sectors, but I think for completely new sectors, it's to the benefit of the emitter that some of these assets get bundled under one service to reduce project-on-project risk, right? Because you have one operator developing and establishing multiple elements of the chain. So I would say that that really will help with bankability of the chain and collaboration. I think the final part, you could even take that even a step further, where we talked about the shortage of sequestration capacity. Prinos at 2.8 million tons. Already the 2023 winners of innovation funding is 3.4 million tons. Some volume from someone needs to go to Ravenna, but Ravenna is also oversubscribed. But is there a way how, come to an agreement with all the operators, aggregate the shipping and storage capacity under one type of formula where let's call it the disadvantage of having to take your volumes to Ravenna over your competitor taking it to Prinos, which is closer, that is somewhat equalized, right, shared amongst all the emitters. So I think that's a really interesting solution to explore that will help with bankability for everyone in the chain.
Thank you very much. I really like some of the statements because it also points back a little bit on the discussion about the first movers should enjoy some advantages. I guess that's the flexible part, allow the flexibility. And I think everybody probably in this room would like to see the private sector coming with suggestions and alternative tools as well, because often we focus only on the regulative part. And I understand that there is a part that you need to regulate, but there is also, I guess the same companies will also say, yes, but do not regulate everything, allow us some flexibility. It makes it very interesting in that respect, and I hope that we will see the market coming with additional ideas and suggestions in order to strengthen that, to make it bankable, as you pointed out. And I will move to George. George, I think I was planning to ask you about, how we're going to do it. We have the Mediterranean, we have the countries in the North Africa that could add storage capacity. But you pointed already that maybe this will take a longer time. So I will give you more generous space now, and I will say that if I was to let you set the priority, what are the things we should tackle first? If you had this magic wand and you can dictate how things should develop, how would you prioritize the issues right now in order for this market to be a truly cross-border international market and offer solutions? and have a large-scale development of deployment of CCS or CCUS market in the future?
Hey, I think everything starts with a very simple, having a bankable project to present to the authorities of this country and make them interesting to your project. I mean, it's very crucial. We start from there. And since there are so many uncertainties, this project proposal needs to be updated very often because conditions change. Then the second thing is that you need to bring in the local emitters as well. You need to have a base load that way for your storage project. And probably you gain traction for this project from the local market through mechanisms like CBAM. These countries are very interesting to export their products to the EU. And of course, the CBAM is something that has not been tested yet, but they will see it developing in the future years. So these two things create a basis of discussion. And the proposal that you bring on the table, which of course comes with quantities to be stored and financing to be stored, to be provided. And then of course comes the difficult part to bring and ensure the transposition of the EU regulations to the national legal systems. And of course, not only the transposition as a letter, but also in their material importance, and test and see how these things could go. And of course, amend the EU regulation in a similar manner. You know, there are 44 million tons estimated that can be stored in UK from the EU. So it's not only North Africa, but there's a wider importance for this kind of movements. And finally, you need to bring in some provisions for those, again, that are first movers. By extending the supply lines or the transportation lines from Europe, not to an intra-Europe destination, but to extra-Europe destination in North Africa, you expand you extend the distances that you have to travel. And of course, to do this kind of travels, you need to have extended infrastructure on shore in the EU to store and transport with larger ships. You need to have all these kind of provisions for the fuel these vessels use in order not to lose your capture CO2 from the chimney of the vessel. And finally, of course, you need to have enhanced CCFDs for the emitters. And of course, you have to have very solid provisions not to penalize twice an emitter that is probably exposed to ETS, that is exposed to ETS for not surrendering if something goes wrong with the chain. And of course, this also has to bear the cost of a contract that is in the form of a store or pay, transfer or pay, or whatever. These are the things. And on top of all of this, you need to have a solid, healthy ETS price. I mean, this comes as the elephant in the room. If you don't see it, if it is not visible to the corporate institution of the EU, it's difficult to materialize projects. I mean, you need to have something that gives you a signal for the project to be materialized. And of course, this is even more important when it comes to start transferring to extra EU territories.
Thank you, George. Certainly the ETS is be a part of the discussions as we go forward. It's a difficult one. I think the CBAM, as you pointed out, is a critical element for this initiative, European initiative, and transformative vision as well to materialize. I hope, as I said before, that the private sector will come. They can be quite resourceful and creative in their thinking. As long as we all agree that there is a climate change challenge, there will be a pressure to the political systems and the societies and will continue to do so. So we will need to work together and find such solutions. And now that we concluded the second round of questions, I'm checking on the Slido if there are any questions. I haven't seen any. So I would like to ask if anybody from the audience would like to ask a question. Can we hand the microphone? There's a question there. We're getting there.
Yes, thank you very much. Good morning. So my name is Nikos Nikolakakos from the Cement Europe. So I would like to have a question to Jasper, but more general. I mean, okay, there are several problems today and several challenges, but looking at the middle or medium-term future in 5 or 10 years, what would be your ideal situation for the CCS value chain in the South Europe in 5 or 10 years' time?
I would say, and I think Aris kind of referred to it, that there needs to be an overcapacity in sequestration sites developed to really, for the next phase of emitters that might not have the benefits of grant funding available to them. You know, the benefit they have, they can tap into an existing network of ships and terminals and storage sites, but without storage sites, none of this will develop. So I think in 5-10 years' time, I'd love to see the Mediterranean with several sites, non-EU, EU, onshore, like for example Romania, and offshore for emitters to choose from. And then ideally several hubs, like the one that Apollo is developing, where multiple emitters can come into, you know, hopefully by, you know, key anchor customers with EU funding. Once it's established, then the barrier of entry for smaller or second phase or non-EU funded emitters to access this type of capacity becomes much more straightforward. But, you know, we're definitely not there yet, but that's the kind of world I'd like to see it go. And then same on the shipping side, you know, because ships are so mobile, that kind of interchangeability between different terminals, different storage sites, that type of optimization will bring a lot of benefits for the full chain. So some flexibility around that would be key. Yeah.
Okay, thank you with that. I think I may have gotten it wrong, and there might be a question. Again, it goes back to Ecolog. How does Ecolog view the alignment between EU regulations for cross-border CO2 transport and the forthcoming IMO amendments to the IGC code for LCO2 carriers? And where do you see the regulatory gaps that could hinder the project deployment? So another question for you.
That's a really technical question. I'm not sure I'm the competent authority to answer.
That's okay. That's okay. I understand. It's quite technical in detail. I think we have a lot of experts in the room.
I think they can reach me after the panel, and then Panos is our head of shipping. He's a technical and regulatory person on that, so I can put you in contact with them, whoever you are.
And Konstantin, there is another question about the storage side. You announced that you have a cooperation with Unearth. There is a question whether there is challenges with the currently selected storage site. Is there something that of you would like to comment? Or?
Of course, challenges, there will be plenty ahead of us because we are just starting the development of the storage. hopefully there will be no challenges related to the structure itself. The legislative ones and the public acceptance and etc. We will find a way to mitigate, and we have a very clear pathway forward. So we hope that we can bridge all the gaps and then to bring a successful project in Bulgaria.
And I guess suddenly we have questions. It seems that there's another question about the insurance. Do we see the insurance companies being part of this value chain? I don't know if somebody would like to
Yeah, I can answer it for, we looked at that for shipping, and it's kind of what I referred to. So, for example, for leakage from a vessel, you know, there's going to be insurance products for that, just like there's cargo loss insurance for any other product. And usually how this works is based on what the value of the cargo is, and then the risk premium is a certain percentage of that. That's what you pay. And then if there's leakage, you get compensation for this. So products for that exist today, not for CO2, but they will be tailored for CO2. Yeah, that'll happen.
Yeah. And the last question that we received on Slido is, research consistently shows less social acceptance for imported CO2 than domestic. Do you have any comments on this, or do you see it as a blocker? That's an interesting question. I have to admit that it's more challenging to import CO2. I don't know, Paolo?
I can just take it, you know, I think, you know, it's important, again, I said it before, you know, showing what the CCS project is helps a lot in social acceptance. You probably have to find the right balance, you know, between the national and, you know, international emissions that can come to a site like Ravenna. But again, Ravenna is natively, you know, an international site. And I think that if the different European countries, you know, close themselves within their boundaries, especially for CCS, no one is going to be, you know, the winner. So there might be someone, you know, who basically says, oh, wow, we are accepting CO2 coming from elsewhere. But, you know, at the same time, there is such, you know, a degree of cooperation on different levels that I think that if we are able to communicate well, you know, the value of having this kind of infrastructure to, you know, allow the decarbonization without, you know, putting at risk, you know, our industrial sites, I think it's we can manage it. So again, my message is Ravenna is an international project. We basically we have the fact that we are international and that we have a multimodal way of receiving CO2 are two peculiar characteristics of the site and very important for us. And we are basically confirming that, you know, we are open also to volume from abroad. Obviously, it's going to be important to have like a significant volumes coming from Italy, but we have committed emitters. So I really think, you know, that the social acceptance will be there if we explain correctly what we are doing.
I could not agree more. And with that note, I think maybe we should start considering a cross-border communication campaign as well to highlight the benefits of cooperation between at least EU member states at this point and explain to the society of all the benefits that come with all these energy transition or climate mitigation policies. And with that, I would like to thank our panelists for sharing with us their expertise and their insights. Let's applaud for them, and I will pass on to Mr. Tartaras.
So thank you again to the panel moderator, Aristophanes Stefatos, and the participants, George Daskalakis, Paolo Testini, Jasper Heikens, and Konstantin Bozinov. So our next session dives deeper into the territory of regulations as Ms. Ruth Hilde Setre, Legal and Regulatory Affairs Director of Northern Lights, shall elaborate on lessons learned, regulatory barriers, and enablers on the road to project operation. Ms. Etra.
Good morning, everyone. Dear hosts and dear participants, first of all, many thanks for inviting Northern Lights to the stage of this forum. Short about Northern Lights, we are transporting CO2 from emitters in Europe to an onshore receiving facility at the western coast of Norway, and from there the CO2 is further transported offshore in pipeline for injection and storage 2,700 meters below the seabed. And as we are in operations, I would really like to show it to you. Oops. So here it's also on the map. The illustration shows where we are located with our onshore facility, and you can also see the other storage licenses on the Norwegian continental shelf. But I'm here today to share regulatory experience. And the question is, being in operations, what can we learn from our journey from the very beginning up until today? As a starting point, I could mention that, well, we are actually in operations, so it is doable within the existing regulatory framework that we have in place. But I would really like to highlight the three key enablers from a regulatory perspective to succeed into operations. And the first one is about regulations and permitting processes that are both predictable but also fit for purpose. And when the Norwegian authorities adopted regulations for CCS in Norway, they chose a route where they utilize existing and well-known regulatory regimes and permitting processes. And I think this is really important to succeed because it creates the predictability that the companies need in order to engage in the business of transport and storage. And one thing to be mindful of going forward is to make sure that these existing requirements, originally put in place for different industries, for example, the oil and gas industry, that they are not automatically implemented in the same manner for CCS in those instances where it's not fit for purpose. And as an example, I could mention the risk picture is very different when you are exploring and producing hydrocarbons as compared to transporting and storing CO2. So consequently, and notwithstanding HSE to be utmost important also for CCS, but we believe that there is a potential here to evaluate regulatory simplifications and more efficient permitting processes going forward. And speaking of fit-for-purpose regulations, the existing requirements for storage operators to provide an individual financial security is a barrier today. The intention is good. The purpose of this financial security is to have available funds in the unlikely case of leakages from storages. However, this requirement represents a significant barrier for the development of future storages. And to lower the bar of engaging a storage provider, we think that innovative and collective solutions should be put in place in the regulations going forward. So that was the first key enabler: predictable regulations, fit for purpose. The second one I would like to mention, and which has been crucial for Northern Lights, is strong support from authorities. And I have two examples of that. The first one being the London Protocol. In practice, this hasn't been a barrier for us and for our customers. And the reason for that is the strong support from national authorities and the willingness to put in place bilateral agreements. So I think before regulating this, it's important to think that new regulations shouldn't create any uncertainty or new barriers for cross-border transportation. The other example of very strong support from authorities is related to our timelines. As you all know, the value chain is complex and the coordination of timelines is crucial to succeed, maybe one of the very main challenges of CCS. And here we have experienced authorities that have been flexible and had the ability to coordinate towards the market players in CCS and also amongst various governmental bodies. So it requires very good collaboration and coordination among the various authorities, both on national level and also on the EU EEA level, in order to succeed in a timely manner. The last enabler is also related to timing, but somewhat different. For our vessels, for our pipelines, and for our storage tank, it's crucial to keep them safe at all times. And for that reason, we have requirements for the quality of the CO2 which we receive. And the learning here is that if you are to implement technical standards, you need to do that in the right time, because our experience is that you need to have good research, you need testing, and you need operational experience in order to set those standards right, and that is balancing both risks and costs in order to create a new sound industry. And I think this also goes for regulations more generally speaking, that authorities should take a cautious approach when it comes to introducing additional regulations. At least from an offshore transport and storage perspective, any new regulations representing additional barriers will be challenging. So by that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Tetre. Your insights have been invaluable as Northern Lights has just become operational. It's a major CCS project in Norway, and as more and more CCS projects are being developed across Europe. So for our next session, we'll continue with the Forum's sixth and final discussion panel, dedicated to scaling up carbon removals. To moderate, please welcome on stage Mr. Christian Holzleitner, Head of Unit for Land Economy and Carbon Removals at the European Commission's Directorate General for Climate Action.
Good morning. Yeah, this is the last panel. You made it to the last panel. Thanks for still hanging around. And it's about carbon removals. So carbon removals are a bit the new kid on the block. So it's for the first time that we managed to have a panel discussion, up to now on the workshop. So maybe the next time we get even the opening speech. Let's see. But now on to our panel. So I would like to welcome Rodika from Carbon Gap, James from Danube Removals, then we have Monica from the European Investment Bank, and Steve from 1.5. Okay, maybe let's start with a very quick round of introductions so that we get to know you. Just maybe 2-3 sentences of who you are, what you're doing. We'll have later more time then to get into the mission of your organization. So maybe we start with Rodika.
Yes, thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Rodika Vornik. I represent Carbon Gap. We are a Brussels-based independent non-profit organization focused on scaling up carbon dioxide removal alongside deep emission reductions, of course. And we work across policy, comms, and science with this mission to bridge the carbon gap that we have and to bridge the knowledge and ambition and policy gaps when it comes to CDR in Europe. Thank you.
Thank you a lot. James, please.
Hi, thank you very much. Yeah, my name is James Coogan. I work for a company called Danube Carbon Storage, which was a company we founded just under 2 years ago to build a full chain carbon capture and storage platform in central Hungary. So we capture the CO2, we transport it, and we put it into onshore geological storage. And the business model of Danube Carbon Storage is carbon removals.
Okay, thanks a lot, James. Monica, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. So I am today representing the Project Development Assistance, the PDA, that is provided under the framework of the Innovation Fund that is managed by the European Commission. Innovation Fund is one of the largest funding programs in the world, providing funding for low carbon technologies. And PDA has supported projects in the area of carbon removals and also relevant projects on that. And one of the examples is the CCS Prinos project.
Okay, thanks a lot. And Steve, please.
Thank you. So Steve Kelly, I'm with 1.5. We are a director, capture, project developer. We also have a sequestration business in the United States. We're a wholly owned subsidiary of Occidental, a US energy company. And we deploy direct air capture technology developed by Carbon Engineering, a Canadian company which is now also a wholly owned subsidiary of Oxy. My role in the business is looking for project development opportunities outside of North America, and I also work on market development in sectors like aviation, maritime, and so on, supporting our product and policy teams and the sales teams. And yes, it's carbon removal for CDRs.
Okay, thanks. So you're at the right place here for new projects. Yeah, we have a great panel. We have different carbon removal technologies, bio-CCS, DACs, we have the financing, and we have Carbon Gap, who has a really great overview of the carbon removal industry in Europe. We take this panel nice and easy, so we have 2 rounds. The first one is what is the current state of play? Where are we? What are the challenges? And then the second round, going ahead, so how should our policy look like after 2030? We have a lot of policy proposals coming up at the Commission with the review of the emission trading system, the potential integration of permanent removals, as well as then for our national climate targets, where removals will also play a bigger role than ever. And of course, please write your questions in Slido. The more interactive we can make that, the better. We really want to address your question. As I said, carbon removals are a bit of a new thing, so maybe, Rodika, could you help us, maybe a little bit of a primer 101 on carbon removals in the European Union?
Happy to. Thank you so much. So I hope some of the people in the audience do know what CDR is, and we've had some great examples yesterday and today of projects, and we will hear more, so bio-CCS, direct air capture, and so on, but I think in simple terms, it's about taking CO2 from the atmosphere, so atmospheric CO2, transporting it and storing it durably in different kind of reservoirs. And your question is like, what is the status right now? What is the deal with CDR? And if I would be asked by somebody who's watching TV series, I would say not great, not terrible. I don't know how many of you have been watching this kind of TV series, a little bit disastrous. And in many ways, we need to make sure that we mitigate any possible disaster by acting today. That's a bit of a detour. Back to CDR, specifically, I mean, if we look at the numbers, and we have the State of CDR report of last year, we're going to have a new one this year. If we look globally, we need to, right now we're removing around 2 gigatons of CO2. That's not enough because we need to get to from 5 to 10 annually by 2050. And in Europe, we're doing much less, so a few millions of tons. And it's very important to mention that within that, it's really conventional carbon removals are the biggest of the numbers. Industrial and permanent CDR that we're talking about today is really, really small share of that number. And the reality is that the market today depends on a really handful of companies that are voluntarily buying CDR credits. And that's why I said not great, not terrible. Not great really, because much more needs to be done. If we're looking at the Commission estimates of last year in terms of what is the ambition that we should have for 2040, we need to remove around 400 megatons per year of carbon removal in general, of which around 75 should be industrial CDR. So quite the gap that needs to be bridged. Not terrible because there's good news as well. So as I said, a few great examples we're going to hear from today as well. And I've personally recently been to this conference, and it was focused on really startups that work in the CDR world. There's so many great startups doing such amazing things, thinking about the next way of doing DACs, the next way of doing bio-CCS. So really, there's a lot of them that need support from the EU, from the member states. And it's not only the climate side of things that we're trying to deal with. Here, of course, like CDR is very important. It is literally the net and net zero. We have a climate neutrality goal that is binding to us in the European climate law. But at the same time, it's a new sector which can, according to estimates, attract as much as 200 billion euros in investments by 2050 and create around 700,000 jobs in Europe. So again, a really brimming new sector that needs more support and more attention. And we will talk about challenges, and I think many of the people here on the panel will speak to them. If I had to pick one, as I mentioned, right now, it's really the voluntary market that we're talking about, and the issue is that there's no clear demand, and there's no clarity in terms of, in some ways, how seriously is the EU taking carbon removal, and what is the role of carbon removal within our policy sort of climate architecture. And our organization hoped a lot for the climate law to unlock this question. A big ask for us was separate targets, so separating between emission reductions on one hand and carbon removal on the other hand, and within carbon removal looking between temporary and permanent CDR, having clarity for both. You know, the climate law negotiation was the climate law negotiation. At the end of the day, we have a lot of flexibilities right now. We have some wording on CDR, and that is great. And our hope is that the Commission and especially the co-legislators would take the opportunity of the implemented package next year to clarify clearly what is the role of CDR within climate. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Rodica. So, large potential, but you also outlined some of the challenges and expectations for us at the Commission, what we should do in 26. So let's go a little bit more on the ground with James. One of our favorite carbon removal projects in the EU, as we also support it under the Innovation Fund. So how's it going?
So how's it going? How long have we got? So we decided to do this exactly 2 years ago. We were sitting in the Aalborg version of this conference, and we were speaking with officials of DG Klima, and we were saying we have a lot of easy to capture CO2, about 700,000 tons a year. We have good geology right under our capture site. We have really good permitting environment and really good skills base in Hungary for developing geological assets. And the Commission guys said, well, if you think it's so good, apply to the Innovation Fund and we'll tell you whether we think it's good as well. And so we did that, and we applied in April last year, and the application was successful. The good thing about the application was that it created momentum within our organization. So in order to do the application, we had to set up a joint venture company. We had to do permitting due diligence, geology due diligence, get quotes from all the surface and subsurface engineering suppliers, stakeholder engagement, so we did town hall meetings, all that kind of stuff. So in 3 months, we did a very, very rapid startup. And of course, then we didn't wait for the results of the innovation funding to come through. We kept that momentum going. We put in permitting applications for CCS under the EU CCS directive. We were successful in that. We got the joint first EU onshore permit with Denmark, so in June of last year, and we subsequently got a second one. We've built a company around it. We've done our seismic survey. We've done the analysis seismic survey, and we're planning to do drilling early next year. So we're preparing the contracts for the drilling. We have access to the land. We have permission to drill. So there's a lot of momentum, and the companies move very quickly. It's a very cost-effective model because we simply have, if you can imagine, we've essentially free biogenic CO2 that's already pure because it comes off fermentation rather than flue gases. So there's no cleaning to do. We just need to dehydrate and compress. We have a 1 kilometer pipe that's 15 centimeters in diameter, and then we have a hole in the ground that would be 1,500 meters deep. So an extremely simple architecture that can handle around 500,000 tons of CO2 in the first site. That makes it very, very cost effective. So we're under 100 million to develop it, well under 100 million to develop it. So the two things that really keep us awake at night are the geology and de-risking the geology. So will the geology take all the CO2 we wanted to take? Now, according to our desktop survey before we did the Innovation Fund application, that was positive. We've done the 3D seismic survey, the analysis of that, and we're still getting positive results. We won't know until we drill and test whether it actually, whether the geology can handle it. So that goes on. And on the other side, there's the commercial de-risking. So will we ever get a return on the money that it takes to get all this off the ground and operate it for 5 or 10 years? That is actually the most significant challenge we're having. So, as we've seen over this couple of days, all of the talk is being how do we make CCS viable in Europe? And it is really extremely challenging. It's very difficult for us as the people actually within the project to convince our shareholders that this is a project worth doing. I mean, they have other things they could be doing with their funds and with their energy and their time and with their ability, their appetite for risk. And it is a very ongoing, intense discussion with our shareholders as to whether or not this project should go ahead. Back to the Innovation Fund, I mean, we wouldn't be here at all if it wasn't for that. We wouldn't have the credibility and the authority that we have without the Innovation Fund, and we wouldn't have the interaction with the policymakers and the stakeholders in Europe if it wasn't for that as well. So at least we have very good visibility on where we're going in the commercial and the regulatory landscape.
Okay, thanks a lot, James. And I already got a question for you from Slido, because I think a lot are envious about your possibilities for onshore storage. So how is this going? Any challenges with the local communities, with the permitting? Can you tell a bit more?
Well, I mean, so the concept of the onshore storage is that clearly, if you've got onshore storage, you can put your storage near to your emitting site. So our criteria for onshore storage was not to get the best storage site in Europe, but to get something that was practical and near the emission site, so that we didn't have difficulties putting pipelines across a country or through a port or out to sea, or the expense of flying helicopters out to pads to drill. So it's a very simple thing. So that's why you do onshore. Hungary is has a long tradition of industrial development, obviously, and of oil and gas development. So it's the #2 country in Europe for number of onshore oil and gas sites. So Hungary knows how to do geology. They're not scared of it. Every family has a geologist. There's no mystery about it. And that leads us to very positive stakeholder engagement. There aren't any mysteries in Hungary around what pipes and wells are. We also have quite a large footprint in the area where we're developing it because we have other industrial assets there. So we're a good employer. We've brought a lot of benefits to the region. We did intense stakeholder engagement with the local public, but also with the community leaders, with the regional leaders, and right up to the ministries. And it's been a very positive, extremely positive, And since then, we've done our seismic survey. So we've sent a fleet of 6 really heavy, intimidating seismic survey vehicles. It's like the Martians had landed and we're taking over. They spend weeks and weeks going up and down every lane, banging the ground to receive the seismic, the signals, and to map it. And it's all been positive.
Okay, that sounds like a very positive side of your project is the engagement with the local community, and it's a great example of how onshore storage is possible in Europe.
If I could, just the whole point of it is that onshore storage is low cost and convenient. It's practical. Yeah. And in Hungary, as in most countries in Europe, there are no subsidies for CCS, and there will never be subsidies for CCS. So, many people in this room operate in countries where subsidies are available, possible, they can hope for them, they can lobby for them. That's not that will never happen, as it won't happen in 24, 25 other states in the EU. So we need a model in the EU that supports and fosters CCS in countries where subsidies will never happen. So at least it helps that you have a really compact, kind of cost-effective model. It kind of makes that...
No, but it's great to see, all the different business models there. Talking about business models, Monica, you're working, as you already said, with the project development assistance under the Innovation Fund. Carbon removals is a priority for project development assistance. So how are your experiences?
So in terms of the project development assistance, the type of projects that we see is the projects that pass eligibility but didn't get the grant. So then the projects might be at very early or very close to get the grant, let's say, So then there are smaller gaps, or there could be bigger gaps because maybe they have been more far, let's say, or less score. So in general, the type of services that are requested are divided between financial and technical tasks. And then in the financial, it's typical to have support for financial model or the business model, and this is across the projects. And then in the technical, we observe that this is more spread, let's say, because it's also more specific for the type of technologies, the type of projects. So then there could be support in terms of feasibility studies. There could be support for the assumptions. It could be for LCA, for example, to support GHG emissions calculations, the assumptions there. It could be support for the reviews of the cost, for example, for the assumptions on the financial model again. So this is linked. And then, as other panelists have talked also before, around the risks and mitigation strategies, for example, that could be also another technical task, but it's quite spread depending on technologies and status of the project. And then, specifically for the carbon removal projects, there are additional challenges, and this is also linked to some comments that some other panelists have talked about, and this is because they are more complex projects. So you might have one product that may be energy, for example, but now you have a second product that is the CO2. So then it's required, they have the same type of challenges, but to an additional product. So, and then the CO2 change. So we see similarities, but there are more challenges on carbon removal projects.
Yeah, clearly, because we are talking a lot about startups, a lot of innovation. But I think the project development assistant is really very much designed for that type of projects, and I think you can really look at very good experience over the last years. Moving on to you, Steve, and I already got two questions for you from Slido, who are already challenging you about, what is the viability, investability of direct air capture project, also compared to bio-CCS projects. I know your company is working on a really very exciting project in the US, so can you introduce us a little bit to direct air capture?
Sure.
And storage.
So we've been developing a project called Stratos. It's in West Texas. We use a technology developed by Carbon Engineering, and that's actually been 15 years in development. They were established in 2009. It's a liquid sorbent technology, so a bit different from direct air capture technologies that many people are familiar with. We have been building a 500,000 ton per year plant. We completed construction on the central processing facility and the first 250,000 ton train of the front end part of the plant earlier this year, and we're right in the middle of the startup process as we speak. So we're hoping to be injecting CO2 sometime in Q1 next year. So yeah, it's a really, really exciting development. And just a quick word about why we split that 500 into two 250,000 ton trains. This is a really kind of illustration of innovation in action, if you like. We have an innovation center in Squamish in British Columbia where we build and rebuild and dismantle and rebuild, testing, modifications, improvements to the tech. When we FID'd the 500 kiloton plant, we knew that there were modifications we could make to the air contactors and the pellet reactor part of the plant, but we didn't have enough time to incorporate them into the initial build. So we split it into two trains of 250, and the second train, which is under construction now and will be commissioned next year, has 30% fewer air contactors than the first train for exactly the same capacity. And instead of 52 pellet reactors, there are 8 pellet reactors. So really big improvements in a very short space of time while we're building this first facility. A quick word about business model and viability. So in the US, we benefit from the 45Q tax credit. So that's $180 per ton for 12 years for direct air capture with sequestration in a saline aquifer. So we benefit from that. And then we have a diverse portfolio of buyers, all with quite different motivations, different reasons for purchasing. So our buyer base extends from people like Microsoft and Amazon, and motivation might be to deal with corporate level emissions. It might be to deal with, say, embodied emissions in data centers. We also have a number of buyers in the aviation sector. So Airbus was our first anchor buyer for Stratos. We also have sold direct to All Nippon Airways. British Airways are a buyer. We sell either direct or we sell through aggregators like Curate or NextGen. And then recently we've had an interesting development where we've sold to Liverpool Football Club, and they are applying CDRs at product level. So merchandise that they're selling to their supporters, which are seeking to decarbonize right through the supply chain, track the carbon footprint all the way through to the product, and then take care of residual emissions with our CDRs. And the first example of that was a commemorative jersey, which they were retailing at around about 70 euros or something, and less than €1 per jersey is the cost of the removals to get it to carbon neutral. So yeah, really exciting. We're about, I'd say, 70 to 80% sold out on that first sort of 3 to 5 years. So very exciting.
Yeah, and you see, with carbon removals, you get into new type of business models. So offsetting becomes a bigger option. You've mentioned airlines. That could be also something going forward into the future, because they will probably always have quite a high share of emissions, a high share of emissions that cannot be abated. So yeah, so let's move into the future. And how can we create, until 2040, a viable carbon removal market in Europe? We've already taken several steps there. We are almost done with our certification methodology under the carbon removal and carbon farming regulation. We got the certification methodology for permanent removals, so including bio-CCS, DAX, and biochar, quite ready. We want to adopt it by the Commission in January. We got quite good feedback, so I think we are pretty much there. We also got our technical rules for the registry, for the certification schemes ready and already adopted. So if there's a demand, we can get ready already next year to certify carbon removals, permanent removals in the EU. So on the technical side, on the side of, okay, can we really trust in carbon removals? I think we're making very good progress, and we are there. We are also trying to do things for aggregating the demand side. In the bioeconomy strategy, we announced this EU Buyers Club, where we want to create a European marketplace, and for now look really into how can we help the voluntary carbon market, how can we get a strong demand, and also enlarge the number of buyers beyond Microsoft or Airbus. Yeah, and then we are coming up with 2 key proposals. That is integration of carbon removals into the emission trading system. Yes, no, and how? And then towards the end of the year with our national targets for the member states, and their removals will play also a very big role. Otherwise, we cannot reach our ambitious 2040 targets. So, Rodica, how do you see? What do you think should we do?
I have some thoughts. And maybe helpful would be for me to frame things from three perspectives, so short-term, medium-term, and long-term, when we're thinking about policies that are needed to scale CDR. So short-term, from our carbon gap perspective, we shouldn't focus on necessarily maximizing tones, but more on reducing risks. And there, it was last year that we came up with a proposal of an EU public procurement program, whereby we were envisioning, or our idea was, okay, the EU could put around 50 million, for instance, of public funds, maybe from the Innovation Fund, to directly purchase CDR credits, ideally a portfolio of credits, ideally would be permanent CDR, of course, and via offtake agreements. And there, I think 2 points are quite important. The first one is that these contracts need to be long-term, really, to create this predictable revenue for developers. And second, the payments should be made in stages so that we can support developers from taking their projects from a smaller scale to commercialization. And we were very happy to hear that you, the Commission is putting together this Buyers Club. This is a great initiative from our perspective, but we still believe it's unclear yet what shape is going to take form. But it's very important for the EU to be part of it as well. Rather than a few buyers, obviously it's important to have private buyers as well, but we think that we need a reliable EU counterparty for this sector to take off. Now, medium term, you mentioned it, ETS integration. We're expecting the Commission proposal next year. On design, there's a lot of questions, but I think just from a simple perspective, from carbon gap's point of view, it's very important to maintain the ETS cap, and it's very important to, and that cap should be ambitious, because emission reductions need to be the priority within ETS. And then we need to see how CDR will fit into it. Our idea is to start small, to make sure that only permanent, certified permanent CDR makes it through. And it's also important to know that the ETS price, of course, will cover some of the CDR costs, but not all of it. So maybe we need to think of alternative additional kind of financing tools there. And very important from our perspective is to already acknowledge at this stage that ETS will, it was never designed, of course, with CDR in mind, so it will not be able to deliver those volumes that we need longer term. So what we proposed this year was this, it was not our proposal, but we come up with a modeling exercise around it, this removals compliance scheme. So this is a scheme that is dedicated only to carbon removal, and it's basically an obligation on certain emitters and other types of entities to either buy credits or to invest in CDR projects. And that, from our perspective, that would be a little bit the longer term kind of view. So exciting year ahead, I think.
Okay, and you already put out all the stages from short, medium, and then really in the long term. So how do we finance removals once the ETS has done its job? But that's a longer term ago. So I think, James, for you will be more okay. How will the market look like until 2040? So which demand signals do you need to have a healthy business in Hungary? And I combined that with a question from the chat, where Andrew is asking also, okay, is Europe a good place for CCS with bioethanol? How does it compare with Brazil, with other regions in the world? So how can we make Europe a competitive place for bio-CCS?
Demand signals are not very encouraging at the moment. We started out on this journey 2 years ago where the voluntary carbon market worldwide was very small but growing. And it's still very small and it's not growing. So there's been a bit of a pause, and there was a major conference in London last month, and the kind of keynote was we're all treading water at the moment. So it's certainly not galloping, and we'll know that things are going well when there's another 20 or 30 companies like us springing up around the place. That's the signal. We know that progress is happening. So we haven't gone out aggressively into the voluntary carbon market to market our credits yet. We're in a stage of letting people get to know us. So we're building our profile and our identity. We're building relationships with intermediaries. We're developing, we're working with the key registries right now to be placed on their registries so that they're going into the market already accredited. Our credits come from fermentation, and fermentation, that is, of sugars and starches to produce alcohol. And the primary crop that goes into that are maize and barley. And it also comes from Europe's biggest renewable gas, a biomethane plant. It's in the same site. So residues of the process are put into anaerobic digestion, and you get biomethane out and CO2 out. It's a highly regulated facility. It produces, its main products are protein, food and feed ingredients, dietary food and feed ingredients, vegetable oil, alcohol for industrial uses, for drinking, and alcohol for fuel, and renewable gas. Under European regulations, so under the Renewable Energy Directive, they're all treated in different ways. A large element of our production, of the source biorefinery, come under the category of waste and residues. For instance, we process a lot of waste maize that comes into the system. So as a consequence of climate change, we have higher temperatures in Central Europe than we had before, which brings out a higher incidence of aflatoxin in the maize. Central Europe is the maize basket of Europe. Aflatoxin means you can't use that maize for food and feed, but without a biorefinery like ours, that maize would have to be dumped or burnt. Whereas we actually buy it from the farmers at the same price as we'd buy normal maize, and we process it into alcohol, renewable gas, and hopefully carbon removal. So we're generating carbon removals from something that's a waste. So there is a case of educating the market that biorefineries are good things, done well, that this is a flagship biorefinery in Europe and that does an awful lot of very good things for Europe, and that CDRs is yet another good way of valorizing or making the agri-food and energy chain more sustainable, circular, and carbon neutral. I mean, we would expect most of the platform to be a kind of a negative emission platform in a very short time from now. The drivers for that aren't so much the voluntary carbon market, even though we hope that will become a big driver, but the big drivers are high energy costs. So we are doing everything to lower our energy consumption and to switch to renewables and be self-sufficient. And the other driver is ETS. So those two things itself are really the driving huge change in decarbonization.
But as you say, you also create new business opportunities for farmers, for the whole value chain. Huh? You valorize existing products like maize even more.
So that's in the source biorefinery, but that's there regardless of whether the carbon removals happen. So carbon removals, in the case of Danube Carbon, the source is actually byproduct biogenic CO2. That's the strict definition. So it's byproduct biogenic CO2 that's being vented into the atmosphere. And if Danube Carbon doesn't put it into the ground, it'll continue to be vented into the atmosphere. It's about 700,000 tons a year. That's equivalent to about, I know biogenic and fossil CO2 are two separate things, but in terms of, how big is 700,000? It's about 4% of Hungary's GHG emissions. So it's a significant opportunity to neutralize.
Yeah. No, we have some huge biogenic point sources in the EU. And
sure, we could get, in the EU, we could get to 30 million tons of carbon removals from biogenic sources between, if you think the biomethane strategy in the EU is 32 billion cubic meters by the early 2030s, that translates into 32 million tons of CDR.
Yeah, no, these are huge opportunities. So how do you see, Monica, how do you see it? What do you need to make these projects bankable so that you feel confident to finance them?
Yeah, so maybe starting, the EIB has declared as the Climate Bank of Europe. So then the EIB follows all the regulations, all the objectives from the EU, but at the same time it's a financing institution. So then it's kind of a double challenge. Towards 2030, I don't see maybe much change because it's only 5 years. And not much it's going to happen in terms of the risking projects. Perhaps we might see the first projects reaching financial close by that time. But then by 2040, the successful projects that have gone through financial close and have accumulated operating time, successful operating time, then that will be increasing the operational maturity and the technical maturity of this project, and for sure the financial maturity also. So then that means that these projects will be de-risking the next stage, let's say. So in this regard, I think the first movers, and also it has been discussed before, have like the disadvantage. But then in this second round, let's say in the second of a kind plans, we will see that they have the knowledge and experience also to implement these plans. So I expect that by 2040. And that together also with, I expect more development in the carbon credits market that also help the business case of these projects, and maybe decrease on the cost by learning by experience. So all of that, I think, could create more the increase on the appetite for investment in carbon removal projects.
Okay, thanks a lot. Steve, so how would you see direct air capture in Europe, and what would you, which prices would you need for that? So, and I combined it with a question that I already got on Slido, where people diving a bit deeper on your business model. So they say, okay, with 45Q you get $180, and then buyers may $120, so you get $300 US per ton. They are assuming here. So is this something would that be your benchmark going forward, or could you also see, when you get some more scales, innovation, where the costs go down?
Let me come back to the pricing question and talk a little bit about policy and all the things that have already been mentioned. Very supportive. We love the EU Buyers Club idea, and also the work that's been done to date on methodologies. Really important. We want high integrity to be recognized and required. I want to talk just a little bit about our interaction with the aviation industry as an example of something that can help stimulate this technology at this stage. So in our interactions with aviation buyers, obviously one of the aspects of this is that aviation's an easy to comprehend, hard to abate sector. It's very, very visible, everybody's familiar with it. And in any pathway to net zero for aviation, it is a combination of operational efficiency, sustainable aviation fuel, and residuals being dealt with carbon removal. That's a very understood pathway. And there are, maybe it's a third in removals, maybe it's 25% removals, maybe it's 40%, who knows. But the point is that removals are going to be a required part of the mix. And also carbon removal, direct air capture, can also be a long-term sustainable feedstock for that e-fuel portion of the SAF contribution to decarbonization. So it's really important that removals are seen alongside SAF, complementary to SAF as a decarbonization solution. And therefore, it makes some sense, not only for buyers to be thinking about, airlines to be thinking about now, about integrating removals into their strategy for net zero, but also from a policy perspective to be thinking about integrating it as well. And it's really interesting and timely that just a few weeks ago, the conclusion of a year-long process of independent greenhouse gas removal review was completed in the UK. And one of the headline recommendations in that was to directly integrate removals into SAF policy, in fact, to rename the SAF mandate a net zero aviation mandate. Now, there are a number of different ways of doing this, but if you can achieve an integration that is complementary, that protects investment in SAF production as well as building this future feedstock for eSAF, then I think that can send a strong signal. And the important thing to point out here is that in terms of cost of removal, and when you apply that into the mix for aviation, it's very comparable to the cost of abatement in today's SAF prices. So it really makes sense. Now, I saw the question on Slido about the pricing, and the pricing's a bit optimistic at the moment. We're selling removal credits more like in the $400 to $600 a ton range. The $180 a ton tax credit is a 12-year tax credit, so you need to think about the full life cycle of the plant. It's more like 25 years, so you're not getting that right the way through the whole thing. But in order to be able to compete with other technologies that may be able to remove CO2 at lower cost, clearly what we need to do is to be getting moving now, building and learning as we build. And that sort of idea mentioned already earlier about starting low, and when people think about their journey to net zero in 2050, really there needs to be action that translates into meeting targets in 2030 in order to be able to develop this industry, to be able to deliver the much larger volumes that are needed in the 2040s.
No, personally, I would very much agree about the pathway aviation, and this is something I think we also need to think about. Maybe one quick follow-up question there on my side. And how would you see Corsair? How would you see the developments at ICAO? Would you see that as a potential market, or would you see rather like larger risks? Will that market ever take off?
I'm not going to pretend to be a Corsair expert, but clearly there's a couple of steps to go through here. The first is eligibility, and we think we're getting close there on eligibility of carbon removals in Corsair. And then the other thing is the mandatory aspect of what is actually able to be bought as an offset within Corsair. I think some help for the removals industry in terms of mandating at least a portion of what buyers are able to buy at the moment for offsetting. Clearly high durability, and if you think just through Oxford offsetting principles, there needs to be some way of bringing up the proportion of high durability removals from some low level now to 100% by 2050.
Yeah. So how do we create that market? I have some more questions on Slido, but I also would like to check in the room first. Any questions on carbon removals? Over there? Do we have a mic? Or otherwise I have to do it myself?
Thank you, Christian. Fabio Poretti, CWEP, European Waste to Energy Sector. I'm also part of the expert group of DG Clima on removals. I was very happy that you mentioned the EU Buyers Club that was announced recently with the bioeconomy strategy that I was excited to hear. I was wondering if we can use the occasion today of the forum to see a bit more about it. Let's say in terms of volumes, what you have in mind, how it's going to work, and most of all, what will be the advantage for these companies, if I understood, like Microsoft or others, to be part of this club rather than just stay on the voluntary market? And maybe a question then for all the panelists: how do you see this potential club for your business, considering, as we were just saying, that in terms of cost, the cost that Steve might have with DAX are much, much higher than the one that James could provide? So how do you harmonize all of this at the EU level, meaning how would you create the price, how that will be determined? Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Fabio. Very good question, because it also links to some of the questions that I still have on Slido. Maybe first for the Buyers Club and our ideas there. I think we see it as an intermediate step until the integration of removals into the EU ETS. So this will give the big price signal and also the big expectation on what will be the volume in Europe that we want from removals. And as we also discussed before, I think from the biogenic side, we have some very big point sources in Europe, also from your organization, and I think there we want to get a good business case. So, and not that you wait too long until you invest, we also want to use the voluntary carbon market first. And what we understand from the buyers, okay, you have some very big first buyers like Microsoft, like Airbus. So, but we must make it easier for more buyers on the voluntary market to enter. They are often called second-tier buyers. So, and we want to create, with this Buyers Club, a way of aggregating private demand. So one very concrete measure that we want to do is to set up a pitching event, maybe May, June, to bring the potential buyers together with the projects, and then also together with the public support that we can bring, with the Innovation Fund, with the European Innovation Council. We already have several removal projects in the Innovation Fund. The European Innovation Council is also very interested. And I think in there we can find already for this year or next year, I think a very good public-private financing. So the demand for the removals, for the credits, will come from the private side, from the Buyers Club, which we hope we can better aggregate the demand and make it easier also for those who want to buy but are not very sure to join that club. And then together with the Innovation Fund and our capabilities there also to screen projects and really also to have more trust in those projects, in the viability of these projects. I think there are a lot of synergies between the Buyers Club and our funding instruments, in particular the Innovation Fund and the European Innovation Council. So we see this as very much as a hands-on initiative to already get the investments into carbon removal started in view of the integration into the ETS. And then maybe one last question, maybe for you, Rodica, is on all these different prices. We have prices, costs for ducts that may differ from the one in James' project, and you have biochar, which may have, again, a very different price. So how should we as policymakers deal with all these prices? Because if we just open competition, we may get to the low-cost option, while on the other hand, from an industrial policy perspective, we may want to have a portfolio of different carbon removal technologies. So how could we solve that?
Yes, that's a very important question. I'm very happy that you mentioned the portfolio approach. Usually I would start with it, and it's super crucial because there's no one CDR method, of course, that is going to be able to get us to net zero. And not only BECS and DACs, there's so many others as well in the permanent CDR bucket, and of course the prices are very high, and that is why I was mentioning earlier that first in the Buyers Club, we do think that the Commission has to play, the EU has to play a role. I'm very happy to hear that you mentioned that, we would look into the Innovation Fund and the EIC, and so I think that's very important. And then when we're speaking about ETS integration, I think there we will see the difference in price as well, and we need to find a way, potentially, with contract for difference or other kind of financing tools to bridge the price. And maybe one last thing that I want to mention in the context of the Buyers Club, sorry for taking one more moment. What we hear, at least from the buyers, is also the element of unclarity on what they will be able to do with these credits and the idea of claims. There used to be green claims. It was supposed to complement the CRCF. We know what will happen to it. Unfortunately, it's not happening anymore. I don't know if the Commission is thinking of other ways of clarifying what kind of claims buyers would be able to make.
Yeah. The other place that we have is the Corporate Sustainability Reporting Directive. Our colleagues are currently reviewing the climate standard. I think this is the place to further look into this. And yeah, I'm also very happy to engage more, both with SPTI as well as Greenhouse Gas Protocol, because it's not only like what we say in Europe, but there's this overall discussion, which is not an easy one. And but we hope that with what we've already done with CRCF, we could maybe also convince them maybe to find some easier solutions there. So we've covered a lot of ground. I hope you found it interesting and you've become a bit of a fan of carbon removals. Please give a big round of applause to our panelists.
Thank you very much to our panel moderator and the panelists. We will break for coffee. Please be back sharp at 11:45 as we are running behind schedule. Thank you. Okay. I will start. One, two. My microphone. Yeah. Please sit down, everyone. We need to start. Please take your seats. Okay, welcome back everyone for the last part of the forum. So, for your information, we've had the pleasure of having 420 participants in person here in Athens, and we're very glad to have you here, and many more online. Over the past 2 days, we have had the pleasure of attending 6 panel discussions, 3 keynote speeches, and 2 lessons learned sessions. And of course, you've had the opportunity to participate in one of the 4 workshops. I hope I speak on behalf of everyone when I say that this year's forum has significantly contributed to the ongoing discourse for optimally delivering on CCS targets. To summarize relevant key points and conclusions, I'd like to welcome on stage Ms. Edith Hofer, Deputy Head of Unit for Decarbonization and Sustainability of Energy Sources at the European Commission's Directorate General for Energy, who are the co-hosts of the 5th ICM Forum along with Herema. Ms. Hofer, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. So I always say to my colleagues I have the easiest job here because I only have to read out the conclusions and don't have to do the real hard work. I'm going to read out, as usual, the conclusion of the forum of yesterday and today, which we will also send to you by email in the coming days, and you will have until the Christmas break to provide comments if you have any. But as usual, we try to be as focused as possible, so don't make them into 20 pages from the 2 pages we are going to send you. So the conclusions of this 5th Industrial Carbon Management Forum are the following. The forum thanked the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy and the Hellenic Hydrocarbons and Energy Resources Management Company, Herema, for co-hosting the forum in Athens, Greece, with the European Commission. It welcomed the start of operation of first CCS projects. The forum encouraged the development of further projects and the sharing of insights gained from the early project development phases to support the emergence of a full industrial carbon management value chain. The forum encouraged the European Commission to continue the preparation of a legislative proposal for CO2 market and transport infrastructure and highlighted the importance of the feedback provided as part of the wider stakeholder engagement. The forum recognized industrial carbon management technologies as essential for reaching the EU's 2040 climate target and for strengthening European competitiveness. The forum emphasized the role of long-term political commitment and public engagement for the development of the industrial carbon management value chain. The forum highlighted the role of cross-border cooperation and in particular the sharing of experience between public authorities. The forum congratulated the Prinos CO2 storage project for signing their Connecting Europe Facility grant, which marks a milestone in creating the first carbon capture and storage value chain in the southeastern Mediterranean region. The forum acknowledged the critical role of EU funding programs in advancing industrial carbon management and developing CO2 networks. The forum welcomed the Connecting Europe Facility and the Innovation Fund grants awarded to CCU and CCS projects this year, as well as the publication of the second Union list of projects of common interest and projects of mutual interest. The forum emphasized the importance of cooperation in industrial carbon management value chain towards reaching the 2030 CO2 injection capacity target of 20 million tons per year. The forum underlined that the target reassures investment decisions to capture CO2 by emitters. The forum highlighted the relevance of permitting, cross-border cooperation and an investment framework in accelerating project deployment and the importance of the recognition of the net zero strategic project status as a tool to overcome coordination challenges along the value chain. The forum recommended coordinating de-risking efforts among member states, removing legal barriers for cross-border cooperation between industry clusters, and to use the new EU Industrial Decarbonization Bank to support the business case for CCS with carbon contracts for difference. The forum welcomed the presentation by the European Commission on the analysis of CO2 availability and capture facility in European industrial facilities through bottom-up modeling, helping to understand the potential and limitations of carbon management efforts. The forum emphasized the need for long-term regulatory certainty combined with flexibility within the ramp-up phase to allow for early project development. The forum underlined the importance of establishing an enabling framework that fosters a competitive and cost-efficient CO2 value chain in the EU to support the decarbonization of the hard-to-abate industries in the EU through carbon capture, storage and utilization. The forum highlighted the importance of transparent and non-discriminatory access to CO2 infrastructure, adjustable tariffs in the early phase, and developing de-risking solutions for the value chain. The forum called for streamlined permitting procedures, coordinated network planning processes, and risk management tools to address investment and volume risks. The forum recognized the challenges and opportunities emitters face in the Mediterranean region, including the limited availability of permanent geological storage. The forum emphasized the benefits of cross-border and regional cooperation in market development and in providing clarity on cross-border liability and on access to third countries' CO2 storage sites. The forum welcomed the progress towards the adoption of the Delegated Act on certification methodologies for permanent removals, including direct air capture and storage, biogenic emission capture and storage, and biochar carbon removal. Finally, the forum highlighted the importance of creating a market for permanent removals in the EU. So these are the conclusions which we are going to send to you, as I said before, in the coming days, and you will have until Christmas to provide any comments if you have any. And before I hand over to Deputy Minister Tsafos, I just would like to add a few thank yous. And before that, some of you have asked us already where the next forum will take place. We've received the candidacy of Poland, which we are considering very positively. So we will probably see each other in early 2027 in Warsaw. Why in early 2027? Next year, this time of the year, we will be very busy in finalizing the legislative proposal. So we will not have the human resource capacity to also prepare such an excellent forum as we had it here now in Athens. So we will postpone it until early 2027. I would also like to add a few thank yous before I leave the stage. I would first like to thank the Ministry of Environment and Energy and HEREMA for hosting this forum with us in the European Commission. And in HEREMA, I would like to thank all of you, all of the colleagues who have been involved in organizing this with us. But in particular, I would like to say thank you to Aris, Thimios, Evgenia, Dimitris, and Katarina. Thanks a lot for all the work you have put in there. I would also say, I'd like to say a big thank you to everyone, actually, which I would call the people behind the scenes, so all the technicians who are sitting behind there and up there to make all the technology work, make the online, the hybrid, the links work, the photographers, the camera people, the hostesses, so everybody who has been working behind the scenes to make this forum actually work so smoothly. Also the colleagues in the catering who won't hear it now, obviously. But thank you very much also for this. Without you, we could not make a forum like this happen. I would also, of course, like to thank my team, or our team, the Commission team, both from Directorate General Energy and from Directorate General Climate Action, the ones who are here in here in Athens, but also the colleagues who are actually back home in Brussels, who have done a lot of work, have put a lot of hours and work into preparation of this forum. And a particular thank you goes to Alexandre Dedeaux, who has really been the key in organizing this. No idea where he is. And last but not least, I would like to thank all of you, so all the participants, for being here in Athens, for participating so actively in the discussions, as panelists, as moderators, but in particular also as audience, for all the discussions we had also during the breaks, the networking breaks. Thanks a lot for your active participation, and also thanks a lot for all the colleagues who've been listening to this online. It's very important for us to have this community here, and that's why we also want to continue engaging with you very actively over the next year, even if the next forum will be in early 2027. So thanks a lot, and probably see you in early 2027 in Warsaw for the 6th ICM Forum. Thank you. And now I hand over to Minister Tsafos.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hofer. So to conclude the proceedings, it's my honor to invite Mr. Nikos Tsafos, Deputy Minister of Environment and Energy, to deliver the closing remarks of the 5th ICM Forum. And at this point, I would like to take the opportunity on behalf of HEREMA to thank the Ministry for all their support during this event.
And let me begin by thanking HEREMA for their incredible support in bringing you all here together for this very important event. My thanks also, of course, to the European Commission and all the different people that were involved in putting this event together. And also the Greek industrial sector. You got a chance to see them speak, and the reason why we're having this event here, the reason why we're debating and soon to be passing a law in Parliament on carbon management is because of their leadership, their innovation, their willingness to go out there and take risks and try to participate in this really crucial part of the energy transition. So I just wanted to make a few remarks on my part. You heard the sort of conclusions of the forum, so I'm not going to rehash all those. I wanted to say a couple of things that really stood out to me in the events that I was able to listen to, but also sort of hearing from my colleagues what they were able to pick up. I mean, for me, I think there's sort of the big lesson here is, and I don't want this to be a negative or a daunting, but how much needs to come together in order for this value chain to work. I mean, you have technology, you have industrial emitters, you have transportation, you have storage, you need regulation, you need a very strong regime for environmental permitting and safety, you need outreach to local populations that may be affected by these investments, and especially on the storage side. You need a very, very robust financial regime. We've heard about innovation, the EU Innovation Fund. We've heard about the Connecting Europe facility in Greece. We're also supporting these projects through our RRF, and also the need for financial instruments like carbon contracts for difference. And I think, you know, once you get a sense of the complexity of this value chain and how many different things need to come together in order for this to be successful, then you doubly appreciate the importance of gatherings like this, because this is an opportunity for us to come together, to hear each other's perspectives, to exchange views, to learn from one another. You know, as we develop a new industry, essentially, we're all looking to learn from the experience of each other, to see what other countries have done that was successful, what other countries have done that was not successful, so that we can maybe avoid making the same mistakes. But it really, for us, you know, in the Greek government, it underscores the central role that we have, both as coordinators of this exercise, as mediators between different interests, but also at the end of the day as underwriters for this exercise, both financially as well as politically. And so to me, it's really, really important to have this diversity of voices in the room, because this is an enterprise that will only succeed if we can bring everyone together. So that's sort of number one. The second real takeaway for me that I think is really important for a European audience is to understand and appreciate, and I think you may have done this, that we're trying to really build something down here in Southeast Europe and the Mediterranean area. I know that there are certain technologies that tend to have a strong geographical focus. When we talk about them at the EU level, you know, if you talk about offshore wind, people immediately will think about the North Sea, and that's fair, because that's where a lot of the offshore wind activity in Europe is taking place, but it's not the only place where offshore wind is happening. And I think it's the same is true for CCS, where you heard not just Greek plans, but you heard about Italy, you heard about other countries in the Balkans, Bulgaria, Romania, others. You also heard about sort of our interest in trying to engage a strategic partner like Egypt, to see if we can leverage their possible geological storage locations in order to alleviate the very serious constraint that we have in terms of the ability to store CO2 in this part of Europe. And I think it's really important for these conversations to be able to be looked at from a different geographical lens, right? Because I think it's one thing to appreciate the diversity of how this value chain looks across Europe, but it's equally important to make sure that the regulatory structures, the rules of the game work regardless of where you are in Europe. And for us in particular, the availability of storage is one of those things that will lead us to look for solutions that may not be necessary in Northern Europe, right? And I think that's particularly true in how we think of our engagement with North Africa and Egypt in particular. So on the one hand, appreciating the overall complexity of this value chain and the need we all have to come together, but also really grateful that you all came to Athens and were able to be exposed to sort of our little corner of Europe, to see the immense innovation that is taking place, the immense effort that our companies are making to build this value chain, to understand sort of the idiosyncrasies of what we're trying to build here and some of the constraints that we're operating. Also because these are the kind of constraints that we will be bringing to the European dialogue in terms of how to move forward, because we really need to make sure that this is a technology that succeeds. As we all know, the energy transition is not just wind and solar and EVs. It's much more than that. And the discussions we've had over the last day and a half here really underscore the need to bring this transition to some of the sectors that are what we would call harder to abate, harder to reduce emissions. And this discussion is specifically focused on those. So once again, thank you very much for being here, for spending some time with us. Thank you for contributing your insights and wisdom and your perspective from public, private sector, and different institutions all across Europe. And once again, thank you. And I now officially close this forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. And now I would like to give the floor to our sponsors, namely Heracles, DESFA, Titan, Earth, Ecolog, Hellenic Energy, and Motor Oil, who will present their own vision for CCS and their projects that are being designed and implemented. I would like to start by inviting on stage Mr. Nikos Bozos, CCUS Greece Manager for Heracles. Nico, please join me on stage.
Hello to all. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the Commission, the Ministry of Environment, and HEREMA for the opportunity that they are giving us to present you our project Olympus, which is a CCS project located in Greece for sequestering 1 million tons of CO2. As we said, and as we are members of Holcim, CCS is in the heart of our decarbonization strategy in order to produce near-zero materials for building Europe in the future. As we have said, we already have 8 projects, and we are very proud that they are co-funded by European Union in 7 different countries. The projects are in Poland, in Germany, in Belgium, in France, in Croatia, and of course in Romania, and of course in Greece. Our aim is to be able to capture 5 million tons of CO2 by 2030 and producing 8 million tons of near-zero cement by the same year. What we are going to do is, apart from the funding, of course, we are committing to more than 2 billion Swiss francs as a capex investment, but by 2030. But more importantly, we are committing to long-term contracts for 15 or 20 years, as we discussed the last few days. Apart from this, the journey, this is the starting of the journey, it's not the end. We have another 10 large-scale projects and pilots right under development this time that we are speaking, and we want to capitalize, of course, on the findings and on the insights that we will have from the front runners. The dispersion of our production capacity for near-zero cement is 2 million in Poland, another 1.5 in Germany, 200,000 in France, 700,000 in Croatia, 2 million in Greece and 2 million in Belgium by 2030, and already the next one that are coming to life is 1 million production in France and 2 million in Romania. Focus now on Greece and on Olympus. Olympus is our project to decarbonize our cement production facility in Mylaki, in Evia, in Greece. We have a financial close and a commercial operation date at Q4 of 2029. We're going to capture 1 million tons of CO2, and we will be able to produce 2 million tons of near-zero cement. A few things about the project is that we are going to use a state-of-the-art cryogenic technology that we think fits best in our process setup. But not only this, the project, apart from storing the CO2, it will have a zero freshwater withdrawal, which is very important. It's going to be energy efficient with additional waste heat recovery, and it's going to improve our environmental footprint because apart from the CO2 we will be capturing, there is no liquid waste, there is no solid waste, and we are going to reduce our today's air emissions. It's an infrastructure ideal for shipping of liquid CO2. We will have a new jetty in the plant that will be dedicated to CO2. And it's going to be a local and a national value chain because we will produce the CO2 in liquid form, we will load it on a vessel on our own facilities, and we will ship it to Prinos, to the north of Greece, in a close distance, I would say, of 250 nautical miles that would require less than 4 days as a round trip. And last but not least, it's a project that it is, as said, co-financed by EU by 124 million euros. And now I will invite you to take a glimpse, I would say, in the future of our production. Sorry. Oh. Give it a moment to start. Starts. Thank you very much.
Thank you to Mr. Bozos. And next, please welcome Mr. Dimitris Exarchos, Titan Group Decarbonization PMO Manager, and Mr. Stefanos Mastrogiannis, Titan Group Carbon Capture, Utilization and Storage Director, for their presentation.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to present to you our flagship project, Iphistos. Unfortunately, my colleague Stefanos Mastrogiannis is not going to be available. He had a last-minute commitment who could not skip. I will start the presentation with a short video, and then we will go to the project specifics. Το βίντεο δεν έχει load. There was a video to be loaded. I think that we have an issue with the video. I will start with the presentation, and if the video is in the last slide, then we will follow up with that. So, welcome again. I'm Dimitris Exarchos. I'm the Titan's Decarbonization Project Manager. And before going to the project specifics, I would like to present you and give you some more information regarding the company for those of you who don't know us. So as you see, we are a 120 years young company. We have operations in more than 25 countries across 4 continents, with prominent positions in USA, Europe, and the Eastern Mediterranean. In total, we operate 13 cement plants with a total annual capacity of more than 25 million cement, having also joint ventures in Brazil and India, and with a total of 240 operating units worldwide. As you see in this slide, CCS is just a part of our strategy. We are focusing on innovating across the 3 megatrends that are transforming how we build. Firstly, we aim to build solutions for climate mitigation and adaptation. So carbon capture is a part of this pillar, but not only. We are already focusing on low CO2 cement and concrete production, as well as electrifying the clinker production process as much as possible. Secondarily, we are also progressing with the circularity in the built environment. So what does this mean? This means that we are focusing on materials recycle and reuse and maximizing alternative fuels and renewable energy usage. Last but not least, we are enhancing productivity in the construction value chain. And here, AI plays a pivotal role. We are among the first companies who have introduced AI in their operations, mainly through plant optimization and predictive maintenance. But not only. Currently, we are using AI in optimizing the concrete mix design. Now, when it comes to the total CO2 emissions, as you see on this graph, we have managed to achieve remarkable results when it comes to CO2 emissions reductions. Starting from the 1990s, our carbon footprint was close to 800 kilograms of CO2 per ton of cementitious product. We're talking about Scope 1 emissions. And next year, we will achieve 550 kilograms, with a goal to achieve by 2030 500 kilograms and become net zero according to the EU policies by 2050. So how is this possible to happen? So the first step for this to happen is Iphistos project. Iphistos is our flagship project in Kamari plant in Athens. We aim to capture 1.9 million tons of CO2 per year and this corresponds to almost 15% of the total group's Scope 1 emissions. At the same time, we will produce almost 3 million tons of near-zero carbon cement destined for Greece and beyond. And for this project, of course, we have received an Innovation Fund grant from EU of almost 235 million euros. Now, a very high-level presentation of the project. We will be capturing the CO2 at Kamari plant by using a mix of oxy-fuel combustion along with cryogenic carbon capture. We will be liquefying the CO2 in a nearby location, then transport it via vessel to its final geological storage. Now, what we have already done so far. So we started our journey in December 2023 by signing the grant agreement with the European Commission. And in October 2024, we have awarded the pre- and post-combustion front-end engineering and design studies, the FEED studies, to our vendors. In June this year, the project has been designated as a strategic investment by the Greek state, which means that we expect to have an expedited process when it comes to permitting. Just 2 months ago, in September, we received the first environmental permit for the pre-combustion scope, and also we secured the connection terms for the power requirements of the project. Now, what about the next steps? As mentioned by various other speakers, a big milestone, which is expected to happen by the end of this year, is the establishment of the key regulatory principles for the whole CCS value chain. So this is important not only for us, but for all the projects. We expect by middle of 2026 to have the first de-risking mechanisms in place. And at the same time, when it comes to our projects, we expect to complete the FEED studies and to have agreed the key commercial terms with our main partners. So this would mean that by approximately end of 2026, we will be able to reach the FID, the final investment decision, and then construction would start in 2027, and by 2030 and beyond, we aim, and fingers crossed, we would have an operating facility for CCS. Now, what are the prerequisites for this to happen? I would not focus on all those 6 pillars, on all those 6 areas, since I believe almost all of them have been mentioned over the last 2 days. I will just emphasize the importance of sufficient de-risking mechanisms. We're talking about first-of-a-kind installations which require CCFDs and which require also cross-chain guarantees. I heard over the last 2 days a lot of speakers mentioning the term double penalty, which actually is very similar to the cross-chain guarantees. And obviously, last but not least, I will emphasize the importance of having a market which will need and which will support the introduction of decarbonized building materials in order, in the end of the day, to be able to get the benefits of providing to the end customers near zero carbon cement. Thank you very much. I cannot see the video. Sorry for that. So we will skip the video.
No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you again. Upcoming is a video representing the vision of Hellenic Energy for their CCS project. Please roll.
Energy is changing. so are we. We don't just follow change, we drive it. From Greece's leading company to a key player across Southeastern Europe, we continue expanding our footprint in international markets. With a fully integrated structure, we operate across the entire supply chain. We are strengthening our presence in electricity and natural gas, balancing our core operations with new forms of energy, and building a broader, future-ready portfolio. We developed one of the largest solar parks in Europe. And now we are delivering Greece's first large-scale energy storage project. We invest in e-mobility, and we forge strategic partnerships that create long-term value. Every year, we serve more than 10 million customers. Supported by the most extensive fuel supply network in Greece, we are constantly enhancing their experience. In electricity and natural gas, we provide reliable solutions for households, businesses, and industries. We advance the energy transition with clarity and realism, transforming our group with a long-term, value-driven vision. Today, we stand shoulder to shoulder with the leading European and international energy companies, and we move forward boldly, guided by strong corporate governance, a modern operating model, our values and our vision, and a firm commitment to a sustainable future. We play a vital role in the Greek economy. We support our communities through initiatives that empower youth, support society and health, protect the environment, and promote culture and sports. We improve the lives of more than 2 million people in Greece and abroad. In an ever-changing landscape, we are transforming energy towards a sustainable future. Hellenic Energy. Empowering tomorrow.
Okay, let's continue now with Motor Oil and Mr. George Daskalakis, Head of Technology Management at the company Strategy Division. Mr. Daskalakis, the floor is yours. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, again. Very happy to be here. I will be very brief and present you a few things about IRIS project, which actually is part of our efforts to support our energy, secure energy supply, affordability, and sustainability. Oops, yes. Hopefully this. Okay. You will see a lot more things in the video that will follow, but after going through these 2 days intense forum, I prefer to bring to your attention our main efforts and our main views and our main concerns to deliver this project. You know, the project started from its very conceptual stage, and actually has evolved to a project that covers all aspects of the processes required within the refinery, together with intense heat integration. The process that you see here and the steps, I won't go through in detail, but there is a very iterative, back and forth, trying to make decisions under heavy uncertainty. More about this, we had these 6 main regulatory documents, which actually refer not only to the carbon capture itself, but also to the production of sustainable products, because IRIS project comprises e-methanol production as well. So, starting from selecting the emitting point, and we need to say that the refinery has 15 of them, and concentrating on the SMR, we went through many decisions, and finally we are at some stage to decide how we will pass the duct in an already operating refinery and taking decisions regarding the exact placement of the equipment. So this actually depicts our concerns during all these years that we are involved in this. Okay, as I told you, it comprises a carbon methanol production unit, which actually started small, and actually we decided after we had signed the grant agreement with the Innovation Fund to increase it, because we were seeing that there was a potential to utilize the full capacity of the 30 megawatt electrolyzer by that time. Now the electrolyzer has currently under construction, has evolved to be a 50 megawatt, and probably we will take the decision to increase it as well. E-methanol units is one of the very few, and for sure it's one of the, probably the only one currently under development in a refinery in Europe. And actually complements the whole case of the carbon capture by inserting the utilization in this. Okay. As I probably know, we have signed the Innovation Fund agreement, grant agreement, back in 2023, and we are currently in the engineering phase. We have proceeded with the pre-FEED, ready to move forward. Our capture unit, it's not very large at the least, but it captures 0.5 million tons from one emitting point out of the 15. Okay, we are here to serve our purpose for delivering energy, but of course the challenges that we mentioned all these 2 days are there for us as well. Now I'll leave you to go along with the video. Thank you very much.
Motor Oil has been operating its Corinth refinery for over 50 years, undergoing extensive transformations to ensure compliance with regulations and maintain market adaptability in southeastern Europe. As part of its strategy to achieve a 30% reduction in Scope 1 and 2 emissions by 2030, the company launched Project Iris in 2020. This initiative has evolved to incorporate regulatory changes and align with complementary efforts. In 2023, the project secured €127 million in funding from the European Union's Innovation Fund third round. Currently in the design phase, Project Iris aims to capture annually approximately 500,000 tons of carbon dioxide, equivalent to 25% of the refinery's current emissions, using post-combustion amine-based solvent technology to treat flue gases from the steam methane reformer. The captured carbon dioxide is conditioned to meet stringent specifications, liquefied, and stored in cryogenic tanks under medium pressure towards shipment. A portion of this carbon dioxide will be directed to a 50,000 ton per year e-methanol production unit. This unit will combine carbon dioxide with renewable hydrogen produced by a 50 megawatt electrolyzer currently under construction at the Corinth refinery. This integration highlights Motor Oil's leadership in utilizing carbon dioxide as a feedstock for sustainable fuel production. Project Iris is both ambitious and complex, bringing together multiple stakeholders across the carbon dioxide value chain and encompassing a multidisciplinary scope.
Thank you very much.
Thank you again. So after concluding with the presentations from the Greek emitters, now we move on to a presentation by Mr. Michalis Tomadakis, Chief Strategy and Development Officer of DESFA, who will talk to us about the first midstream CO2 project in Greece.
Good afternoon from my side also. Thank you very much for the introduction, Themis. Let's start. It's not the video, but... Okay. It seems that we have a technical issue, but doesn't matter. I'll speak about Apollo CO2, the first effort in Greece to develop a CCUS hub around Attica region. Apollo CO2 is a project that has been developed so far jointly by DESFA and Ecolog. Our colleagues from Ecolog are here. Actually, Jasper Haykins, who's the godfather of the project, is with us, and I saw somewhere Ellen also. So I'll speak about that. What is Apollo CO2? Apollo CO2 is a project that comprises of mainly three parts. First one being the development of a network of pipelines which will collect CO2 from emitters, industrial emitters, in the first instance around the Attica region. Will collect all the CO2 in Revithousa Island, where it will use the cold power coming from the LNG to cool down CO2, liquefy it, put it on a temporary storage on Revithousa Island, from where vessels, vessels for the transportation of liquid CO2 will take it to storage places, either in Prinos or abroad. And of course, we envisage that this will happen with large-scale liquid vessels, which will make the sea transport chain very efficient. The final aim in this part of Greece, the southern part of Greece, is 9 million tons of CO2, representing more or less half of the Greek industrial emissions. Developed in two phases potentially. The first one will be 3 to 5 million tons in phase one, and an expansion to incorporate also what is around Attica region. We are already discussing with more or less 10 participating companies. This project has already been, since 3 years now, a project of common interest, and recently has been awarded Innovation Fund in the last round. Officially, we're not yet allowed to say the number, but we got something like 170 million to develop it. This is the onshore, the pipeline, we call it Apollo PL, so Apollo CO2 pipeline, this is a pipeline network. This is the full version of the phase one around Attica. However, in the first step, we are going to pursue with a smaller part of the Attica region and Viotia region, as you can see, which is in the detail on the upper right part of the graph you see. In theory, it will expand at the second stage to also incorporate industries further north. We are, let's say, optimistic enough to say that CO2 chain may expand also in the future for power producers and other smaller emitters, as long as it starts developing. Of course, the core of Apollo CO2 is Revithousa Island. As you may know, Revithousa is the main import point of LNG in Greece and the region. And the aim is that at this point of Revithousa, we are going to develop the infrastructure that is required for the exchange of cold power between the LNG and the CO2, where a stream of CO2 will enter the island from onshore, from the mainland, where the arrow is right now will be the exchanges between CO2 and LNG. And in that part of the island, there is going to be a floating unit which will be used both for a floating temporary storage of liquid CO2, from which liquid CO2 will be offloaded to transportation vessels. Our view is that low-pressure vessels will be used. The whole part of the liquefaction will be a low-pressure one. We consider that this is the cheapest and most cost-efficient way of transporting CO2 by sea. But on the top of the temporary storage, as you can see, there will be a topside structure which will also accommodate backup CO2. So we are going to use the cold power of the LNG, which reduces the OPEX required for liquefaction by up to 9 times. So we envisage that with full use of LNG, we are going to have 90% reduction of OPEX required for the liquefaction of CO2. However, we are also going to have backup liquefaction, standard liquefaction units operating with green power on top of the temporary storage, the floating LS liquid storage unit. Of course, nobody knows when LNG will expire, but anyway, just for information purposes, Revithousa slots are sold out today also for 2036. So at least for that time, we are going to have sufficient LNG to cool down CO2. Of course, interruptions happen. And this is another, let's say, view of what is going to look like. This will be the liquefaction plant, for which, of course, the innovation grant has been awarded. Time-wise, we have started 2 years ago, maturing the project. We got, as I said, today the Innovation Fund grant. Now we are working toward implementation. We anticipate by March to have signed the Innovation Grant agreement. But in the meantime, we are also working closely with our colleagues and our partners in the project to develop all the technical parts that are required, and especially the FLSU, which is going to be a very important element. And of course, in parallel, we are working with our potential clients. We hope that at the end will be 4 of them for the beginning, we'll see. The main aim, of course, is that the plant becomes operational by the end of 2029. Of course, it has to streamline with everybody else, so meaning both the emitters, but also the storage developers. So this will be a challenging task, but we are very optimistic about that, and of course ready to work with everybody under the strong cooperation that is required to achieve such a task with the regulator or the regulators and, of course, the government. So, thank you very much, and hope to see you next year to say more about that. We are going to be in the construction phase by then. Thank you very much. Surprise for the end. Thank you.
Thank you again. Apologies for some glitches with the videos. They are all at the end. Last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Katerina Sardi, Country Manager and Managing Director for Earth and Energean in Greece, who will talk to us about the CO2 storage project in Prinos.
Okay, thank you, Themi. Thank you very much, Sol. Thank you again on my behalf to the organizers, the European Commission and HEREMA. I think they have been two fascinating days. So, my turn to talk about the Prinos CO2, and first of all, who are we? I represent currently Earth Greece. This is a new subsidiary of Energean PLC. Energean is an oil and gas producer, very active in the Southeast Mediterranean. We produce gas and oil in Israel, Egypt, Greece, Italy, Croatia, and very small quantities in the UK. We have a profile of about 85% gas, the rest 15% oil. We have managed to reduce our CO2 carbon footprint substantially over the last decade, substantially meaning more than 70%, and Energean is listed in the London Stock Exchange. We produce more than 160,000 barrels of oil equivalent per day. So this is the background, just to show you that we are accustomed and we know the subsurface. We know the subsurface of Prinos very, very well, in particular. The reason being that Prinos has been here and operating since the 1st of July of 1981. This is a brownfield, the one that is currently being used to develop Prinos CO2. This is good in terms that both of facilities, some facilities being there, and synergies can be used. This is good that in the sense that it also speeds up to an extent the licensing process. We have been developing the Prinos CO2 in full accordance to the requirements of Directive 31 of 2009, calling for a third-party open access non-discriminatory storage facility. We have signed 15 MOUs with various interested parties, amounting to about 6 million tons of CO2 captured. What is the problem is that capacity in Prinos is restricted, and we can only accommodate not more than 2.8 million tons. So this is a problem that I referred to also yesterday in my discussion. In contrast to the abundance that is, in contrast to the abundance of storage facilities in the northern part of Europe, this is a map compiled from various sources, which shows the known geological formations that can host CO2. In the south of Europe, essentially optionality is very, very scarce. And but as I said, we have been developing this as an open third-party access storage facility. We have signed MOUs both with Greek emitters, but also with emitters outside Greece. And we are proceeding in developing the project. Here in the Gulf of Kavala. You see a map of the geological formation. This map in the Gulf of Kavala shows you various formations. We are just concentrating on Prinos. It's the little part colored there in yellow. It comprises 4 distinct reservoirs, are aquifers, and we will be injecting in all 4, starting from the lower and going upwards. This is a view of the actual facility that will be built. The whole idea started with the recovery and resilience facility being there and available. And at that point, we started designing just the middle part of the project. The middle part of the project read 1 million tons using only existing installations. A small project designed to receive just compressed CO2, most likely to accommodate the local industry. This in around 2020, 2021. And then the project started maturing. Why did it start maturing? It started maturing because at that point, at the European level, a lot of legal framework became available. And as everybody acknowledged, this is a policy-driven chain, and the multiple regulations that came at the time had increased the interest of emitters to start sequestering CO2. So the project got expanded in ideas, but also in funding. We understood that we need to develop a liquid CO2 terminal. This is the part shown in the box and is funded by Connecting Europe facility. And it's well understood now that we need a new platform to be able to host 15 wells for CO2 injection and water production and accommodate the requirements of interested parties up to 2.8 million tons. As I said, we're designing this as an open access third-party facility. Our boundary stops at the unloading arms of that would be unloading liquid CO2 at the jetty that shall be constructed. There is still an optionality for compressed CO2. We can receive liquid CO2 from both a hub, as the one described by DESFA, or by individual emitters. And we are applying best practice principles, such as at least accounting and bundling between the liquid CO2 receiving terminal and the rest of the facility. One reason being that these two are funded by two different grants. We have received an environmental permit for 1 million tons. We have applied for a modification to include the new platform. We are working on the environmental permit for the 2.8 million tons. We have applied for a storage permit for 1 million tons, working on the extension. And we're planning for an FID together with the remaining part of the chain with our emitters by the end of 2026. Thank you.
The world is in the era of green transition. Renewables already claim a sizable share in the global energy mix in an effort to reduce our carbon footprint. A significant volume of carbon is also emitted in the production of chemicals, steel, and cement. These end products are, and for the foreseeable future, remain irreplaceable for living standards, human development, and global prosperity. Thousands of jobs are linked to industry directly or indirectly. Global CO2 emissions grew after the pandemic, reaching 53 gigatons in 2023. Carbon capture and storage is the only large-scale solution to decarbonize industry. At Prinos, a new reality for Greece. The region and Europe is in the making. A 40-year-old oil field is being transformed into a state-of-the-art carbon storage facility. CO2 is captured from factories and liquefied for transport by ship. Onshore, Prinos CO2 is temporarily stored, processed, and piped ashore. Offshore, CO2 is injected into the reservoir, 3,000 meters below the sea, safely and permanently stored. So why does this matter? Prinos CO2 has a contingent capacity of 66 million tons. At an eventual injection rate of 3 million tons per year, 30% of Greek hard-to-abate industrial CO2 emissions are curbed. Storing 66 million tons of CO2 is like planting approximately 3.3 billion trees, which would take 10 years to absorb the same amount of CO2. This is equivalent to reforesting an area the size of half of Greece with new trees. Prinos CO2 is expected to decarbonize vital industrial products, drive investment, growth, and employment locally, nationally, and regionally. The facility is expected to start the ramp-up phase in 2027 and become fully operational before 2030. Prinos CO2 is an integral part of the Mediterranean Strategic Plan, EU project of common interest, one of the most advanced storage opportunities in the region before 2030. Greece is, and will remain, a leader for the growth of CCS chain in the Mediterranean and Southeast Europe. Prinos CO2, thanks to our vision, commitment, and collaboration with all our stakeholders, will contribute to the future. We are ready to make a difference. Join us to the journey towards net zero.
Thank you. And now we have the opportunity actually to see the video from Titan. We had the technical problem before, so please, let's roll it. So please join me in thanking our sponsors, namely Heracles, DESFA, Titan, Unearth, Ecolog, Hellenic Energy, and Motor Oil. They were very important for the success of this forum. So the fifth ICM Forum, proudly co-hosted by the European Commission and HEREMA under the auspices of the Greek Ministry of Environment and Energy, is now officially concluded. The participation of 420 people here in person and more than 300 online has made this event, I think, a resolute success. And I would like to thank each and every one of you for your contribution, whether you were panel moderators, panel participants, speakers, or audience members. So, as we have seen during these 2 days, CCS is a very important sector, and I think collaboration is necessary for this sector to succeed. And it is very important that we come together to exchange ideas and share our experiences in order to find the optimal solutions. To end this forum now, I would like to invite you to join us for lunch downstairs in the same place where we had it yesterday. And also, I would like to make a kind reminder for the members of the competent authorities. We have a meeting afterwards. It will take place at the Armed Forces Officers Club. It's very close here, but I would suggest for those who want maybe to meet at 2:15 outside the main entrance here, so we can all walk together. It's a 5-minute walk, actually. Thank you very much for joining in Athens, and we look forward to meeting you again for the 6th forum. Thank you.